Hello, Simracers, and welcome to another live stream. Um, First of all, mic check, screen check, let me know if everything. And most importantly, thank you, everybody. It's been mind blowing what is happening since we released the new DLC. Um, Really, honestly, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, we worked really hard, we were so enthusiastic about it, but you cannot be objective when you are working into something that you love. You hope that everybody's gonna love it, and the response we got from you guys was unbelievable. We really still, everybody in the team cannot believe it. How you guys, I mean, everybody, how you using Assetto Corsa Competizione, how you loved the DLC, all the support we're getting, the videos on YouTube, the posts on the forum, on the social media. It's been amazing. And I'll be honest, I got so overwhelmed by everything that during the weekend I was like, I just died. I was like, boom. I fell to sleep. The stress and the adrenaline that I had on me went off, and I couldn't really, do anything about it. I had to recharge my batteries. But here I am now. Okay, let's move on and let's see what we're gonna do today. So, today, let's switch the video and let's see also on the chat what is going on. Hello, everybody. Oh, so many people already. Oh, by the way, over 3,000 subscribers. We are actually almost at 3,200 subscribers. Thank you so much, guys. This is another great result. I wasn't expecting to have so many people subscribing so fast. So thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it, and it also really keeps me motivated to keep doing stuff like that. All right, so let's see. Oh, the chat is exploding. So cool. Nice, 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 very nice. All right. Okay, so tonight, what we're gonna do tonight? Uh, if you go to any forum, all right, any social media group, any official or not forum, any chat, everywhere. If you go everywhere, you get to see sim racers watching at a lap time, watching a video, and instantly asking, setup, what's your setup? Please send me your setup. Let me have your setup and stuff like that. So tonight, we're going to try at least to prove this kind of behavior differently. Okay, so we're gonna try and prove that yes, setup of course is important, but you don't have to bother, especially on Assetto Corsa Competizione, which try to be as modest as I can and objectively by also the aliens and all the other drivers. You also get a couple of setups that are pretty decent. Uh, Sometimes they are very very good. Sometimes they are a little bit less good, but on average they are very good, and with those setups you can talent permitting, you can get really really close to very very fast lap times. So tonight what we're going to do is we're going to go here to South Africa, Kialami Grand Prix circuit, which is a circuit I love. This is amazing. I love this circuit. Has been an amazing surprise for me. It has such a flow. I mean, I can't find a turn or a sector where I'm, thinking, oh no, I'm in the risky sector again. I have to be very careful. No, no, I love every single curve and sector of this circuit. I really like it, and I believe also it's going to be amazing in racing, not only just driving and hot lapping. Uh, and we gonna choose the Mercedes AMG. It's been a while that we were, driving only mid-engine or rear-engine cars. It's the moment to drive a front mid-engine car because, as you can see, it has such a long front bonnet here. Amazing car. This specific car participated at the Kialami 9 hours race. Look at that livery. Not only it has the colors from South Africa, but also those amazing designs here. You see with the lions, wonderful, wonderful. Look at that, the rhinos, amazing, so nice. Look at this. And again, I mean, our 3D artists and library artists have done an unbelievable job to give you, I think, about 50 new libraries. It's incredible. Yeah, they've done exceptional work. Really, really top work. All right. Right. Chat. Everybody's happy. Everybody's cool. Hello to Greek guys. Hello to Italian guys. Hello to everybody from all around the world. Fantastic. All right. So, okay, let's go. Let's go. So, practice, nothing serious. Weather clear, optimum track. What we're going to try and do. Well, first of all, the guys from Redline Motorsport did a pretty cool comparison of all the tracks. I believe you can see it here. If you can't see it, I will let you know and possibly change something in the streaming. So they did this list of uh, cars lap times comparison. I think you cannot see it yet, so let me change one thing on the stream grab program, possibly. Yeah. So where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give me a second, guys, so I can find it out. Here. Whoops. Nope. Where is it? XSplit. Right. So yeah, it gets so display, and let's go here. Right. So now I believe you can see this very nice list. Animal 2394. I will maybe show you my Fanatec settings later after all the stream, but it's not the best settings you should use. But I will explain that later. So here it is, the Red Line Motorsport guys, some very very fast guys, top stuff. I mean alien stuff. They did some laps to uh, understand what lap times the car do in all the new circuits. and it was made on optimum track, but just 10-liter fuel, aggressive preset, brake pack 4, 20 Celsius track temp. So ideal situations, extremely ideal situations, and those guys are extremely fast. We can see the Mercedes did 140.7 at Kyalami. I will be happy if tonight I'll be able to do 42s with without touching the setup, without changing the fuel load, without going into hot lap mode, which keeps your tires, your brakes, everything perfect. So just vanilla, and everything is like that. So let's go in. Now, guys, the Honda is not a rocket right now. The Honda is not a rocket. The guys that are driving the Honda are missiles. That's the problem. All right, so okay. So what we're gonna do today? We're gonna go to the setup, get the aggressive setup, change nothing at all, nothing at all. Okay, and we're gonna try and see if if we can improve our driving style, if we can improve our our racing lines, all that stuff, to make everything work properly. Okay, so so what we're gonna do for starters? So first thing I'm gonna do is study the track, study the circuit. I need to find my braking reference points, my lines if I can find them, the apex of each turn, the acceleration of each turn, all of that stuff. Okay, so I will start with that. Okay, so how I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna do as the real guys do. They usually get a small a bicycle, or they go walking around the track. We cannot walk around the track, but we can drive very slowly because there's nobody in the track. It's all ours. That's the nice thing to have a simulator. So it's pretty dark. Yeah, maybe we should choose a slightly um, more a slightly different time of the day. So yeah, one or two before that, something like that, or even go higher. It's gonna be very very hot probably. So, but yeah, who cares? Let's do that. Yeah, I can use free cam, but I don't want to use free cam. So, all right, aggressive, back, and drive. That's better. All right. So, first thing first. Now, in the simulator, maybe in the real track, you always have some clues from where the braking zones start, but in the simulator is even more clear to understand. So you can see here, and I hope you can see the mouse right now. I'll see also if you can see it. I've made it a little bit more evident. You can see where the braking marks start, and that gives you an indication that more or less, you should start braking somewhere here. But do not take as a braking reference point either shadows or braking marks, tire marks on the road, because those things can change, right? And because they can change, I mean, it can rain, it can be a green track, or the marks might change the position of where they start. So don't do that. Instead, take it as an indication and come closer and see if you can get a different mark. So for example, here we have the 100 meters mark distance from the turn, which is something you can use, but be careful, because usually those little things, if an accident happens and the car goes on top of that, it will break it into pieces, and you are going to lose your braking mark. So what you can use? Well, you can use, for example, this Marshall point. That's a good indication. Also on the asphalt, you can see here there is a white line. This is another good indication. So for now, we're going to use those two things, the white line here and the Marshall post here. And it's not like we are going to try and brake exactly here. We are going there slowly. So lap after lap, we will try to get sooner. We will try to get closer and closer on that braking point, but we might not even ever make it to be exactly there. But it's still a good braking reference point to use, and so we have an indication on more or less where we have to brake. All right. So let's move on. Yeah, I know the tire pressure is low. So somewhere around here we start to, turn in, and we will probably want to go over the curb. So let's see how the curb is, and boop. You see that's it's a little bit of, of a bump here on the curb. You see that if you take the curb like this, whoop, there is a little bit of a bump. But if you take it a little bit later and you go on the bump a little bit later, it's much smoother. You can see here it's much smoother, while here there is a tiny bit of a bump. So we have to keep that in mind and not go inside way too soon, but just a little bit later. Okay, so that's another good indication. Okay, so this seems pretty smooth. Here is our exit point, and then this turn follows, and we'll have to see how we can get this turn, which normally should be flat out. Once again, I mean, instead of asking setups, ask replays, ask videos. Go see a real video. We even have, a proper real racing driver like David Perel, which has made a video for Kialami here to explain how you should drive. So first thing, ask a replay, ask a video, don't ask setups, and we're gonna prove this tonight. All right, so moving on here, we must have a line, a trajectory to make this turn flat out, and then again we have to move completely to the outside of the road here at the right side, and find somewhere to brake. But I can't see any braking reference points around here. Maybe this. You can see this, the guardrail becoming orange, but it's way too forward, and I'm afraid that if I come here, it will be too late. I will try, but I think it's going to be too late to brake here. So we'll have to see what we can do. All right, so in again, out again. This place of the circuit is very wide, so maybe we should keep that in mind and try, to bring lots of speed inside, even if it seems like a 90-degree turn that is pretty slow. All right, move on again. Okay. So here we have this very fast bend. Now, usually a nice indicator of where to start braking is when a curb starts. Here on the side of the road we have the curb starting, and we have also the white line again at 50, I believe, 50 meters. Yes, exactly. Here it is. So this might be a good indication of either start braking, but it seems to me a little bit too far away for this very fast turn, or maybe release the accelerator and go coasting in. I don't know. We'll have to try and see, but it seems a little bit too early for me. Another indication could be this orange here and here, this orange paint. It might be a good mark to try a much in the turn braking zone. So because in In this turn, you arrive really fast. You just touch the brakes a little bit. You go in coasting. You try to lose some speed, but without a proper braking zone. But we'll see about this. Now, again, when we are here, uh, let me go just a tiny bit. Okay, further back. So here we have another orange point. Now this seems to be more or less at the apex of the turn, and it could be an indication that once we have been, we are over this, maybe we can go on the accelerator again and, power slide our way out of the turn. So we can keep that in mind. Now, I'm going through the whole track right now, as we said, and trying to understand what are the best points for braking, acceleration, and so on. Uh, if you're not able to remember everything, take notes, write it down. Take notes of everything. It helps. It really helps. It helps you create a mental map of the whole circuit. I mean, real drivers, once they have been on the circuit, then they will go even to their motorhome again, and they will just, close their eyes and start thinking mentally how to go to the circuit, where to brake, where to turn in, and so on. So take your notes. Don't be afraid. Uh, this thing might seem boring, but it is very important work to do. All right, let's move on. Again, we go wide here and return again to the outside as much as we can. Now again, 50 meters here, there's also a white line again here, which is very handy, but again it seems a tiny bit too early. So I will keep in mind that I might be needed to brake after that, or even here where this tire wall or whatever that is stops, and you have this orange paint again. I might be able to brake here for the next turn, or somewhere in between um, the 50 meters mark point and this orange paint here. So again, let's remember this. Okay, turning in to this turn. Again, when you go too early in, there is a little bit of step instead of going gradually. So we should remember this. Now for this downhill chicane, you can see that the tarmac starts here, and we have again once more, engine dies once more. So we have again once more at 50 meters, we have our white point here, and we also have the start of the external curb here. We can take those both of those braking points into account, and maybe find we can try the first lap here, and if we are too soon, we will move forward and go against the start of the curb. So around here we are at the middle of the lap. Let me check the oh, Chris Hay is here. Oh, hello, Chris. Guys, you need to go and subscribe on Chris Hay channel. I mean, if there is one guy that creates quality aesthetic, aesthetic content for Assetto Corsa Competizione or any other sim for that case, this is Chris. I mean, the guy has such a good taste. You have to subscribe to his channel. All right. So what else? So yeah. Trade Day says top screen has yellow, but marshals wave the green flag. Yes, of course, because the marshals we are looking at are the marshals after the stopped car. So once a car has, because I'm the car that I am provoking the yellow flag, right? So the cars that are approaching, they will see the previous marshal waving the yellow flag, and once they have overtaken me, they will see the next marshal waving the green flag, right? Okay, let's move on. Everything else is cool. Okay, so let's go down to this very tricky S corners. So I guess here we have to work a little bit over the curb, find ourselves somewhere. I believe that because steep uphill follows, we should try to stay as much as in the middle of the road at the exit of the first left corner, so that we can get a better entry on the second corner and go as flat out as we can here downhill to to get as much speed as possible, and then go uphill again. That would be important. So here in uphill, that's very tricky. I mean, you really can't see anything. It's completely blind. So I tend to go as straight line as possible. You see, I'm not turning at all. And somewhere here, there is no. I mean, there is nothing. There is here maybe, yeah, uphill. All right. Here I can see the curb starting, and maybe I can start braking here or here, but it's really difficult. And I believe that during a race, or even worse during the night, it's going to be extremely difficult. So this is one of those corners that, yes, you have to try to find something, but in the end you have to go by by memory, where to brake. All right, so in again. Now again, you can see a nice yellow colored wall here, and it can be a good indication that when you are close to it, somewhere in the middle of your cockpit, you can start applying throttle and try to exit this corner. Now this corner here, possibly if you do it properly, you can exit flat out. But if you do not have um, the correct line, or even the setup or whatever, you might get a little bit of wheel spin, and that might be, it's not very dangerous in this situation, but it can make you lose a lot of time. So, right, so Johannesburg is on the horizon, and we are going downhill. Now, this is pretty interesting. I mean, this very fast bend towards right, towards left, uh, it's relatively easy, but it also has some bumps in the middle of the turn, and it is very rubbered. So if you don't get correct the turn in, you might have issues and you might end very wide. My reference point for turning in is when I'm going exactly under this kind of bridge or whatever this thing is. So when I'm going exactly underneath it, then I will start turning in, and I will try to use as less steering wheel as possible. Axel Petit says not easy on the wet. Yes, oh, absolutely. And the wet is a complete disaster. But let's leave that outside the equation, because otherwise it's gonna be really tricky. Right. So you're gonna be ending somewhere here, and you should be pointing straight towards the outside left part of the road. Uh, there is a pretty interesting start of the guardrail in this zone on the left. So this is my reference point when I'm going at about this place. I will start to brake as hard as I can, and I will try to brake again as straight as possible, because if I'm turning a little bit, obviously I'm putting some weight on the external wheel tire, and some less weight on the internal, so the ABS will start working asymmetrically. And if that happens, my braking zone will get longer and longer, and possibly I won't be able to turn in properly, or even if I do, I will lose my apex, which means I will lose time. So all of that is, keep into my mind. Now again, we go outside like this, up the hill again, and now this seems blind, but we have plenty of places to uh, get our braking zone marks. So orange paint here on the guardrail, start of the curb here, white line on the road here. All of that are indications that, okay, we can start, braking into this place. Now, the turn that follows is very tricky. We need to, you need to nail the turn in properly, because if you go over that sausage, yellow sausage over here, it's disaster. I mean, it really makes your car jump. Here's an advice that I can give you. Yes, obviously, if you're trying to do the perfect lap, you need to get as close to the sausage as possible. But if you're not trying for the absolute, you're still learning the track, you can stay a little bit wider and you can still make the turn properly. It's not that big deal as usual. Again, if you're trying the qualifying lap, or if you're trying, to be as fast as possible, you need to take your risks. But if you're in the race, then, maybe 20 centimeters outside, maybe it's the correct thing to do. All right, so move on outside here, and again, completely to the right side. Again, another very easy braking zone. We have the 50 meters mark. Who's that? We have the 50 meters mark, and we have the Marshall posts again. So all of this helps us, to um, get. I think Steve K is subscribed. Thanks, Matt. And Clive M. Johnson also subscribed some time ago, some minutes ago. So thank you very much, guys. So again, as I was saying, Marshall post here, 50 meters, and braking zone to the possibly most slow turn of the circuit. First gear here, with a bit of curb, and as good exit as possible for the very long straight that follows. All right. Okay, so let's actually, yeah, maybe we should, go to the pits now, completely break the immersion, but I mean, who cares? Okay, it's okay. Thanks, Jared Van Bergen, for the follow, and return to garage, and let's start again. Okay, so let's see a little bit of chat and how you guys doing. Will there ever be Nordschleife? No, it's SRO, except if SRO goes to the Nordschleife, so ask them. The issue that has nothing to do with the SRO. Blackpan is no longer the main sponsor. Yes, but we started the game when the main sponsor was Blackpan, so some cars and some circuits have still some Blackpan sponsors. It's not a big deal. All that stuff is licensing stuff. I'm sure our management and licensing, guys, especially Marco Massaruto, is on top of that. He knows everything. He's in agreements with SRO, which gives us total support about everything. So, if you see black paint logos here and there, it means that it's okay to have them there. So it's not problems at all. Will you ever be putting into the game the damper rates? It's hard to match the damper to the wheel rate without force damper. Well, first of all, it's not the moment to talk about that, because we're talking about something differently, and it's difficult to go from one substance to the other. But as I said into the video about dampers that you can find in the Too Long Didn't Watch playlist, we don't have fixed damper settings anymore. We are using damper graphs, which are much more complex, and they have multiple values for multiple velocities of the damper. So it's not like I can give you one damper value, it will be meaningless. You know, it's a whole different thing. Anyway, let's move on. Did you guys adjust the NS6 to be better? Again, off topic, but the NS6 has different BOP for the IGTC International GT Challenge tracks. Uh, it has a pretty good BOP, so the car can, especially on, I think on the Suzuka, on Bathurst, and on the Laguna Seca circuit. It's a pretty good car. I mean, it's a car that you can use and defend yourself and have excellent result. It can win. It can win. A very good car. Unfortunately, on the other circuits, it still remains the European, let's say, BOP. So it is what it is. Will you ever do a video tutorial for every circuit? I hope so, if I can survive the whole thing. Uh, Is it better and faster to use front biased or rear biased braking balance? Whatever it suits you better. Uh, Setup is obviously something to make the car work better, but once the car is fast enough, it is also something to make the car more comfortable to you. So if you love more rear braking bias, then use that by all means. It's not like you're losing seconds or even tenths. If it feels better for you, you're going to be even faster. So again, um, yes, you can have a very bad setup which is going to make you lose seconds, but if you have a good setup, a normal setup, or if you use the normal setups that we have here, uh, then the driving style is going to gain you seconds, and the setup it's going to give you some tenths. That's how it works. Always remember this, guys. Right. So okay. Okay, so setup, we said the aggressive, we don't touch it. Back again, and let's do some driving now. Okay. Okay, time to do some driving. Mads Racing says, come dico io, il setup è come la mutanda. Ognuno ha la sua. Meaning in English, it means that the setup is like your underwear. Everybody has its own. Or as American or English people say, setup is like assholes. Everybody has its own. So it's absolutely so true, mate. So true. All right. So let's do some driving. As usual, couple of laps to heat up tires, brakes, car, everything. Now, what we're going to do here, not only we are going to try and remember all the reference points that we used, but we are also going to try and understand what kind of gears used for every turn. Yeah, reference point seems to work properly, almost. Woo. Yeah. Whoops. Too slow there to change direction. Could have done that faster. Bit early here. So our initial approach here is going to be, lazy and not so good. But we're just going to try and see if we can, if the reference points work for our driving. Right, so changing to fourth gear here wasn't necessary because I've just lost time. Okay, let's try. First descent lap. So 100, a little bit before 100, second gear, and in we go. Oops, I'm a bit slow, but I can do this flat out, no problems. Ooh, way too late on braking. So that wasn't correct. Either way too late or bad braking. That's very early here because I'm just waiting now, I'm doing nothing. That was okay-ish. Way too early again. I had to raise my foot there. I don't know if you noticed that I had to. We're gonna watch this in a replay and see what we're doing. Again, I'm not using the whole braking potential of the car because I'm too early on the brakes. So that means I'm losing time. We're gonna check this. Let's do a couple of laps and see then afterwards the replay and see how we can improve. Okay, let's not change to fourth gear here. Yeah, third gear works properly. So 46.3, that's pretty slow right now. Let's try to brake a little bit farther down. And see if we can improve this again. Ooh, again I've lost the apex completely. I'm faster, but I've lost the apex, so completely wrong here. A little bit farther ahead here, but again too early, I believe. Too late, whoops. Wrong, also wrong gear, so that was completely wrong. Too early again. And again too late to change direction. Plenty to learn and improve. A little bit better on the braking zone here. Whoops, oversteer. But still a much better lap time than before. But also much slower than what we have in mind. Okay, braking here, in. Not so good line. Too late. Whoop. But changing gear, so you see the oversteer. Alright, so 45. Pretty terrible. But we don't care. We're gonna go and see and check the replay and see all the errors that we did. So here are our two laps. Let's just watch the last lap. Okay, now the commodity of a simulator. Now real drivers cannot do that. Real drivers can only see this kind of view, and usually not even that. Real drivers can see this kind of view and try to understand, which is terrible. Of course, they can use the telemetry, and we will also do it at some point, but this is level 2. Telemetry is, once you know the basics, you go to the telemetry to gain uh, tenths here and there, to work with the setup, also to work on your driving, all that stuff. But now we are just trying to see what we can do without any of all of that. I mean, you are just uh, most of the drivers are just guys that do not know how to make the setup, do not know how to read the telemetry, They don't even have it configured, let alone read it and find the patterns, all of that stuff. So we are trying to help right now level 1, how to get faster without you know going completely crazy, and especially without going around all the forums and asking for a setup. Give me the setup, give me the setup, doesn't help. Okay, so let's go. But as I said, we have this, but we have also this, which is amazing. So first thing to do is toggle the HUD here, and let's move on. Actually, we're gonna try and see two things. First of all, we're gonna try and see if we are taking advantage of the whole width of the road where we should be, taking advantage of it. Okay, so I'm braking a little bit before, before 100 meters. You see here. And yes, I'm pretty wide, as good as possible. Maybe I'm turning in a little bit too early. In fact, now a couple of things to understand here. Let's go again. So here you can see also how much braking I'm using. And that's important, because if I'm not using 100% of the braking, it means that I start braking way too early, and I'm trying to make my braking zone longer to arrive to the turn with a little bit of braking, instead of stop the car and wait until the apex. So here already we can see that I'm going to the 100% braking a little bit too slow. I can be much more fast on braking. So let's see. Now it's 100%, which is okay. And then I start to modulate here, and I'm probably a little bit too early into the turn-in, but it turns out pretty well. But I'm not very well on the apex. You can see here that I have some space. All right. Let me show you better from this angle. I mean, real drivers do not have this kind of stuff. Now, you see here, I have some space. Now, you might say, but that's, what's that? Not even 20 centimeters. It is extremely important. Extremely important. When you are going to criticize your laps and you're going to watch other driver laps, you have to be extremely critical and have very high attention to details. 20 centimeters or even half a meter, because in reality I should have been over the curb here. They can give you 1, 2, 3 tenths of a second in just one single turn, which means on the whole lap, this becomes, if there are 2 tenths of a second in 10 turns circuit, you get 1 second difference. It's an incredible amount of time. So you have to be very critical to the attention to detail. Don't let your don't be approximative and say, oh well, that's not too far away, I'm pretty good. No, you're not. You have to be over here, not over here. Okay, so that is very important. Right, so let's move on. Okay, now the exit here, well, some people will go over the curb, some people stay more more in the middle of the road. um, it depends. It depends how your line is and how you can get better in the exit. If you make a proper line that you can exit closer to the middle and have a more straight exit so that you can accelerate better, do it. If not, go over the curb. Here I didn't manage to do neither one thing or the other. I was still, should I do this or should I do that? It wasn't that good. We will do a couple of laps later, trying to do one thing and trying to do the other thing, and see if we can get better. Okay. Right, move along, and this is all flat out. No problems about that. Whoops, sorry about that. Now here we have to find a way to brake probably sooner, because right now I'm braking later around here, but probably I have to brake a tiny bit before that, because as you can see, I completely miss the turning and completely miss the apex of the turn. This is unacceptable. This is costing, you know, seconds, not even tenths of a second, seconds. Okay. All right. So again, moving on. This is a completely wrong made turn. We can gain a lot here. Let's move on. Now, here we try to brake at the 50 mark zone, and then we try to brake a little bit later. So now here we are braking a little bit later than the 50, but still not here that it was also a different braking zone. I think we are still too early, so I will keep going closer and closer to those braking marks and see how it gets, how it works. Because if you can see here, I'm completely off the brakes, okay, and the car has plenty of lateral grip, and I'm just coasting here. I'm so slow, it doesn't make any sense at all right? So you see, and I could have also go on the accelerator here. I went much later, so again, that was definitely a turn where I lost lots of time. Now here I'm braking before the orange but after the 50 meters, and it seems to work pretty well. I did a mistake here, if I'm wrong. Yeah, I put first gear. I should have uh, stayed on second gear, because the first gear moved the car way to uh, to the inside with a little bit of oversteer, and most importantly, in first gear I had so high revs that I was losing mid corner speed because of the engine braking, and I couldn't even accelerate on the first gear because I was so close to the limiter, so it didn't make any sense. So the correct gear here is second gear, right? Now here I start braking just a little bit before the start of, let's see this again, a little bit before the start of uh, the curb here, you see. And again, probably I can put more force to the turning and brake a little bit later. I must I must change direction much faster here, because again, once more, oops, sorry about that. Again, once more, I am losing the apex. Look at that. Now, I should have been much closer, but I'm not. See? And then I cannot even go. I should have been over this, but I'm not so close. And then I'm just too late, and I just take the car outside, but that's all that I do, and I'm just losing time. All right. Now the braking zone here was not that bad. Turning was good, but a little bit too much on the costing. So possibly I can, gain some time, but this is something we're gonna look later on. I need to, control first some big errors that we had before, and then we can also start doing this kind of details. Exit was a little bit too violent on the accelerator, and that provoked a little bit too much wheel spin, a tiny bit of oversteer, and most importantly, the traction control cutting, so I couldn't accelerate properly. Again, details. Let's, work first on the big mistakes. That is all nice and clear. Braking zone here, braking mark is correct. You see that I'm tiny little bit turning, so I will try to eliminate this. I don't have to turn like that because this makes my braking zone longer, as we said. A bit too late apex, but it might work. I'm not so sure about it. This is completely 100% braking on the braking mark, so that's good. Let's see how close I was to. Oh, nice. That's where you want to be. Better guys will be exactly over here. So again, 10 centimeters are important. Never think that, okay, 10 centimeters is not good. I mean, I did that, well, that was good. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you want to go as fast as possible, it's not. But considering the risk that you have to take into that turn, for now, it's more than enough. All right, moving on. Third gear here and brake. Braking seems good. Turning is good. Apex is almost good. Let's control this. No, not so much. Not so much. I had more space. So again, very, very outside of the apex. I could be much better. And some wheel spin. You saw some wheel spin there because I went on the accelerator. Let's see the green bar over here. And we should notice that I went on the accelerator very violently. You see, not so good. Okay. All right. So that was a slow lap with plenty of errors. Let's check the chat, and then let's try do uh, um, some better laps and see if we can improve on our errors. So let's go back to the garage. All right. Chat. Okay, some people explaining how to use the F7. Thank you so much, guys, for the support and explaining to other people how to use the F7 cameras, the free cameras. Request for GPS telemetry output. Okay, we'll see what we can do. Right. Yeah. 10 centimeters are important. Best compliment you could give. That's what she said. All right. Okay. Public lobbies against devs. I believe we're gonna do some races on Redline Motorsports races, especially those with driver swaps. I'll keep you informed about that. ABS and TC for this track. As I said, I'm not touching anything right now, right? So I'm not touching anything at all. Just going, aggressive setup. That is all. All right. So we went through all the errors I did. Let me go back to the setup. Make sure we have the aggressive. Put the tires into temperature again. Let's move out and try to improve on the errors. So as you saw, we are at 45 flat. So our next benchmark should be to go down to 44, of course. Right, out lap, heat up the tires. Now you see, when I'm not pushing, I can do this turn much better. Right? Oh, that was pretty nice. I can keep third gear here. A little bit of understeer. oversteer. Qualcuno che zigola, è vero. Oh, l'acceleratore, it's the accelerator that makes that squeaky sound. When I release the accelerator, it does squeak. I have to put some oil there. Lubricate. Ooh, bad change in second gear and wheel spin. Ah, 100 meters. A little bit too fast into that turn. I'm pushing too much again. That was almost decent, and you can see that I'm gaining quite a bit. Ooh, 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 ooh. I've just lost everything, the tofu, everything. Oh, that was terrible. Alright, that lap sucks. So what happened is I went way too fast and downshifted to the entry of that very fast bend. So I provoked too much pitch, and the aerodynamic balance moved way too much to the front. Rear end got very light, and I've got some massive oversteer. I just saved it by luck. So here's something to to learn, and maybe I shouldn't downshift to third for that turn when I am braking so late. Maybe I could keep fourth gear and see how it goes. All right. Bit too wide over there. All right. So braking hard. Over the curve. Whoops. Very late on the accelerator. Should have gone on the accelerator a little bit earlier. That wasn't that bad. And in fact, I'm gaining. You see how much time I'm gaining. Okay, let's fourth gear here. Accelerate. Nice. Oh, we have some important gains. Again, so slow into the changing of the direction. Smooth on the accelerator, and with the steering wheel, a little bit of feedback, as you saw, to make the car not go into oversteer. Lost the apex here. Good. Oops, fourth gear, that was bad. Bit of feedback again. 43.7. Okay, not bad. Let's check this lap and see what we did. Okay, so 43.7 down to from 45, and all we did was trying to not make errors. We are not pushing as hard as we can. Yes, we do push. We try to be fast, but it's not like we are going crazy, taking risks, or trying to be. Still not focused 100%. But we are at 43.7. And let's check the replay and see what we did good and what we didn't do so good. So no, guys, we are not touching the setup tonight. No setup. No set. Stop asking for setup changes. We are not touching the setup. Right, so the breaking point here was very good, and we also managed to do a late apex, right? So the turn-in was, I waited before I was turning in. Let's see this again. Look at that. Maybe at a little bit slower speed. So braking, very good. Hard braking. Turning in with a little bit of, late, so we can get a later apex, but I didn't went into the accelerator so fast. I was a little bit slow. I was a little bit afraid, so we didn't gain much time. Where we did gain lots of time was here. I started braking a little bit earlier, turned the car pretty good here. You see, good apex and much improved exit speed because I've managed to have much more speed inside. Let's see what we did actually, because it's very important. So turn in, and we go on the accelerator here when we have 115 kilometers per hour. 115 kilometers per hour. Okay, so let's check the same situation in the last fast lap. So around here, I think. Yeah, around here. So here I have to wait, and now I'm going to the accelerator and I have 101 kilometers. So practically I was faster by almost 15 kilometers per hour. 15 kilometers per hour on the apex, which means, and that is something very, very important, um, it's not just that you are that fast on the apex, but you are much faster, okay, on the whole straight line that follows, and it is also a pretty big straight line. So let's have a look here. So 115 kilometers, I'm already on the accelerator, okay, and let's take a measurement and see here at the orange, when we overtake the orange, how what kind of speed we have. So okay, orange gone, 162. 162. Now if we go on the last lap where we had the error on the apex, okay, here we are. We go in very, very slower, you see. Now that goes in the correct turn, sorry. A bit farther forward, oops. Okay, here we are. So very slow on the apex, 100 kilometers. We are on the accelerator now. We start moving on and stop, 148. So you see all this uh, speed gain on the apex of the last turn and on the start of the acceleration. It doesn't, that's why it is so important. It doesn't stays there only on that single turn, but it translates on speed gains into the whole straight line that follows each turn. That's why we keep saying to people, and also the aliens know it very well. It doesn't matter how late you can brake. It really doesn't matter. Yes, of course, if you brake uh, 50 meters earlier, then we have a problem. But if you made 2 meters earlier or 3 meters earlier, right, and that makes you, um, you know, accelerate 3 meters sooner, then this early acceleration gives you gains for the whole straight line that follows. Okay, so if you brake for 2 meters later, you just gain those 2 meters that you managed to brake later. But if you accelerate 2 meters sooner, then this is valid for the whole straight that follows, that is much, much longer than your braking zone. Okay, the braking zone of each circuit is less than 5% of the whole circuit in distance. What counts is mid corner and exit. That is all that counts. But it is difficult to understand because you cannot see it. It's easy to see that, okay, that's my braking point, that's my braking reference point, and I will, force myself and I will brake 2 meters later. That's easy to see. But when you accelerate 2 meters earlier, that is something you do not understand, but this is where the speed is, the big speed gains are. Okay? Right. Moving on. If I can find the point. This is it. Okay? So let's see. Here is the what we did here. Okay? Still accelerating. I think I've managed to brake much later. Yes. So again, I'm not here, and I think I can go farther. We'll see that later. But at least by braking here and entering fourth gear, I have much higher speed. I can keep the car coasting, and you can see that when this flies by, after a while I can be on the accelerator and the car goes into a tiny power slide and keeps the line and permits me to exit the turn faster. So let's see this. You see I'm tiny bit on the accelerator, and that orange paint just went by me, and now I'm full on the accelerator and the car rotates from the power and easy exit, no issues at all. That's how you do it. Now, braking zone after the 50 before the orange paint here. So we have to find a compromise between those braking points. And again, turning into the apex. A little bit of understeer here. You see that I had to force a little bit the car. That doesn't make me gain time. When I'm doing this, let's see it again. Watch my steering wheel. So, braking. You see this? I'm coasting and I'm trying to rotate the car with the steering wheel a bit too much, which means that I didn't manage to load the tires properly. Sorry, but at the entry, at the turn in, or maybe I'm a tiny bit too fast. And that means that until I can rotate the car, I have to wait. I cannot, I cannot accelerate properly. I cannot take my line properly. I have to wait a little bit until the car rotates, and you can see this happening. You will see now that I'm like this, and after a while waiting, the car finally rotates, and so I go back with the steering wheel to have the optimum angle for the line that I have chosen to use. So this is something to keep in mind. I might need to either brake better and have some trade braking in a better situation, or brake a tiny bit earlier, even if that means losing some time, as I said, at the entry of the braking zone. But this will permit me to accelerate sooner and so gain lots of time at the exit of the turn. Okay, so here it is. You see that I'm going back again. Now the car has rotated and I can, steer correctly and pull the car out. All right. All right, so we are in the middle of the lap. What is the chat doing? We are already way over 200 concurrent viewers. Thank you so much, guys. Again, as usual, remember to subscribe if you like what you are looking at, what you are watching. If you have any questions, otherwise I'll keep going with the rest of the lap. All right. Okay, braking even after the start of the curb here, and still having no big issues turning in. Right. Then you see that I had some understeer. Then I tried to be fast on changing directions, but it was a disaster. I'm way too far away from the apex here. I didn't manage to control the car. You can see that I'm really Here is one point where I can lose a lot, where I'm losing lots of speed, which is a good thing. I mean, we still have plenty to improve and to get better. And we're already at 33, all right, 43.7. So I'm starting to be confident that we can see a 42 tonight, right? Going uphill again. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. All right, braking here. Now, the braking seems to be good. Maybe I could use a little bit of, you know, uh, extra width of the road, because as you can see, I'm not exactly at the limits of the road. So I can keep that in mind and try to be, a tiny bit wider. It's a tricky turn because it is completely blind, but, here is a possibility to gain some extra time, because this will permit me a wider line and possibly some extra speed in the turn, in the curve. All right. So turning in. Let's see if we hit the apex properly. I think we've missed it. Yeah, not bad. We're pretty close. I think that was a good line here. Acceleration. Little bit of. Now, did you saw that? Did you saw this kind of movement? Let's see this again. It's important. So, turn in. Make the car rotate. Accelerate. You can see my accelerator going pretty early because it helps me also to rotate the car into this specific turn. And you will see right now that at some point the car starts to rotate a little bit too much because of wheel spin and oversteer. Now, here's the situation. I've seen many sim racers that they are not on the top level being lazy with their inputs, pedals, and steering wheel. What I mean by that, so you feel that the car starts rotating and you are not really doing nothing. You're just waiting, and the car goes into evident oversteer, and then you might, release your pedal and, maybe over counter steer a little bit, or just, raising your foot from the accelerator, so the wheel spin stops and you keep going, but you're not working with the car. You're just, okay, I'm into the turn. Wait. Let me rephrase that. I typically see three levels of driving. Okay, I'm into the second level, I believe. So here are the three levels of driving. The first level is the lazy driver. You go in, you see the car doing something, but you're just waiting for the reaction of the car. And once the car reacts and does something, then you try to react back and, save the situation. Okay, that's the first level. Now, the problem is, by the way, uh, this weekend I've watched a fantastic video on YouTube. I think from it was an interview of a guy named Keller, I think, which, if I remember correctly, the surname. He is the inventor of the original x86 processors. He worked with Intel, with AMD, on the Apple chipsets, on the Tesla chipsets. He still works very on the artificial intelligence programs. I mean, the guy, he's a genius. He has a brain like this, and he does, chips. He does silicon. He is not just programming, which is already out of my legal, but he's doing silicon, which is completely different level of competence. Now, why I'm saying this? Because he said something that is so true. I knew it, but when he said it, he struck me, and I was say, oh, he's so right about that. So he said that human beings are extremely slow, and by extremely slow, he said, I mean that they are behind reality by half a second. Human beings, think about that. Human beings are behind reality by half a second. You have half a second brain lag, right? Now, this is true for most of the part. While you're driving, all of us are more trained, so we are behind reality by around, depending of of the guy and your talents and your reflex. Um, but you are behind reality by 0.3 to 0.150, 150. That's the best you can do, probably. Um, so that means that if you're just waiting for the car to do something, you're gonna react in delay with lag of around 2/10 of a second, 2/10 and a half of a second. Okay, excellent, excellent. Terrible. That's not excellent. This is really bad. I mean, this is really bad. So the first level of driving is like, okay, I'm turning, I'm doing everything okay, I'm good. The car does something and I'm waiting and I'm behind reality. Okay, I cannot be faster than reality. I cannot even be on par with reality. So I'm just waiting. At some point, I see the car doing something. Wait, wait, wait. Okay, I have to do something. So reacting, doing something. That all means I'm slow. Now, here comes the second level of driving. Okay, this is what you should at least start to do. The second level of driving is being proactive. Okay, proactive. That means that you are trying to think about what the guy is going to do just a little bit ahead of you. So here you can see me going into the turn. Now watch carefully. I will make it very, very slow. Okay, very slow, like this. So I'm in the turn. I'm going on the accelerator. Look at that. I'm going to start accelerating here. Okay, now goes up with the accelerator more, and I'm unwinding a little bit the steering wheel. Now I know that at some point, you see here, feedback. I'm going back and back even more. You see how much? And into the turn again. You see the movement that I did. So I was like, okay, the car accelerates and rotates, and at some point I was like, fop, fop. I was like, fop, fop. Let's see this in real time and see how fast it was. It wasn't extremely fast, but it was fast enough. So real time, like this, and look at the steering wheel. In acceleration, pop, pop. Did you see that? Now, this is the so-called feedback and the so-called, tell the car what it has to do. Don't let the car guide you. You have to to drive the car. Okay, don't let the car drive you. You have to drive the car. What that means? It means that I had no way to react to the car so fast. It's not possible for me and for any human being to feel the oversteer and be so fast and go back again. No, it's not that I'm so fast with my reflexes. It's that I am acting proactively. I know that the car is going to start sleeping. I'm trying to hear, the wheel spin. I'm trying to hear the engine revs going up, and you are going to hear the engine revs going up, and you know that you are turning way too much. So at some point, the car will start overturning. So you're going to have a tiny bit of oversteer. At that point, you do the feedback movement. So you proactively, almost at the same point, you give some counter steer, because that it's going to release some of the weight transfer and force the rear wheels to regain traction. you know and once you have done this, you do not wait, but you again proactively go back to the turn, because you have gave traction to the wheels. The car have stopped just a tiny bit of rotation, and keeps moving on without uh, spinning the wheels too much. Now this is the second level, so you have to be really, really fast and try to think 0.3 of a second ahead of what is going to happen. Okay, you have to, of course, you need some experience to do this, but you need to try to do it because you need to go out of your comfort zone and you need to think ahead of what is going to happen and try to stay on top of the car and try to force the car to do things. Okay, don't let the car drive you. You have to drive the car. That's the second level of my personal, classification. Now, the first level is the one of the aliens. You see the aliens, that they are extremely precise. They go like that, stay here, move down, like this, stay here, move down. Now, that doesn't mean that they are lazy. On the contrary, they have become so precise and they have managed to think so much ahead of the car that they know where to position the car and what to do with the pedals and everything, being extremely smooth without having to control the car extra, without having to give extra inputs for the car. Yes, you will see them sometimes to do some small movements, but they are usually much more smoother. That is because they are even much more ahead than us. They can do everything looking much farther to the future, in a way that when they are here in this position and they are turning in, they have already done all the necessary inputs required so that when the car will be here, it won't go into oversteer. They have done everything correctly so that the car won't go into oversteer. So those are the three levels. The first level is, it seems that you are smooth, but in reality you are lazy. Sorry about that. It's not an offense. It's how it is. You're lazy. The second level is, you are trying to stay on the car, so you are trying to not be lazy. You are trying to, get tired and drive the car and force the car to do things that you want. And the first level is that, okay, you're way over all of this and you are again becoming so smooth because you can control all of what the car is going to do before even getting inside the turn. That's the level. All right, so let's see how the chat is going and move on. Are you guys okay? Don't fight, guys. I don't know what you're talking about, but no need to fight. Uh, all right. All right. So let's move ahead. Good. Now here, not much to say about this turn. Again, let's see here. I think I was turning a little bit too much, probably. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit. But you see here that I'm trying to, to straight my steering wheel. Turning was good. Apex was so-so. I think I was a little bit too outside. Yes, probably a bit too much. Let me go back tiny bit. Let's see. Yeah, I could have been much closer here. So again, another point to gain time. Okay. Acceleration. Braking zone. Perfect. That was almost acceptable. Yeah, not bad at all. You see here, very close. Really good. Really good. Again, braking zone very good. Turning in. Let's see if I've managed to go. Yes, inside. This time it's much better. You see, I'm over the curb. Maybe I'm too much over the curb, because when I accelerate, I might have some wheel spin because I have to, go down from the curb, and the car probably is going to bounce a little bit. Let's see. A tiny bit on the gear change, a tiny bit of uh, wheel spin. All right, so that was the lap. Let's try to improve furthermore. Now let me Let me see on the chat what's going on. Yes, of course, I know why you're not fighting, guys. It was, just uh, a way to say things. Right, so after each session practice, quality raise the tire pressure and full average disappears. I don't know what you mean about that. How far into the corner do you take the braking? Well, it depends. It depends your level, first of all. Um, with those cars and the level of simulation that Competizione has, uh, the cars are extremely sensible into the aerodynamic. We already said that thousands of times, but don't worry, I will never get tired to keep repeating it because it is a completely new experience. Until now, in practically every sim, we could trail brake really, really hard into the turns, rotate the car, and then, practically make the car almost aligned straight on the apex and storm ourselves with a little bit of drift out of the turns. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, depends how you see it, but it's more realistic definitely because it is also what you can see that the real drivers do with the real cars. In Assetto Corsa Competizione, the aerodynamic sensitivity, pitch sensitivity, doesn't permit to trail brake easily until the apex of the turn. Um, Also, it definitely doesn't permit to do lots of drifting. It doesn't permit you to do wide angles. You have to keep it very very narrow in the angles and the rotation you can do. So um, also, we have a very advanced ABS system. And by advanced, I do not mean that it is perfect. On the contrary, it's much closer to the reality. And the ABS system of the reality, it's not so perfect, especially when you turn in. And so you need different braking force to left and right. While it is true that in reality you can slam the brakes in the straight line and the car will just slow down without any problems at all because we are talking about very very advanced systems. And as everybody in the GT3 series will tell you, I mean real drivers, while you are on the straight line you just have to slam, go hard on the ABS as much as you can, and the car will make everything perfect for you. The problem, the things get complicated when you start turning in. When you turn in, um, obviously the front inner wheel will become much lighter, and at some point, uh, the braking pressure on that wheel should be very low. But the ABS system is made in a way, both because of constraints of reality and both because they don't want to create extreme torque vectoring, unwanted torque vectoring. So at some point, uh, the ABS will not modulate perfectly the braking pressure on the inner front wheel. So that's why if you keep braking hard and you also turning, you'll see that your inner wheel will start locking. This is exactly what it happened with the real cars. Now, before that, except for example, Assetto Corsa 1, you could brake as hard as you can, and the front inner wheel would never lock up. In Competizione, this doesn't happen. It will lock up because that is what the real system does. So, what to do? As I said, depends on your ability. Uh, Obviously, the best you can do is if you can really nail the braking distance and the turn in, you can trail brake right into the apex and then accelerate. But that, especially with those cars, is extremely difficult. The aliens do it, but not always and not everywhere. Even the aliens, I've seen them, they prefer to, do the turn in with a little bit of, trail braking after they have, get into the line and the first phase of the turn in is done, release the brake completely, release the brakes, and go from that point to the apex coasting, just with the engine brake. This, in the end, with these cars, is even faster because it keeps more speed into the uh, inside the turn. And why that is happening? It happens because you have the aerodynamic balance. You don't have straight speeds, so the car has a better aerodynamic platform, and also, and as a result, it creates more downforce, and that permits you to have more speed inside the turn. So braking as hard as you can, turning in, modulating the brake as usual. But after the initial turn in, my advice is, except if you are, the alien of the aliens, uh, my advice is, after the initial turn in, release the brakes and do the last part of the turn from the turn from the end of the turn in to the apex in coasting without touching either the brake or the accelerator. That is probably the faster way to do it. All right. All right. So yeah, yes. Sorry guys. There is a question by here she here. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your nickname, so I'm terribly sorry about that. But he says he's trying to use lots of rear brake bias to compensate the lockings and stuff like that. And it works obviously because if you use more rear brake bias, you can lock less the front wheels. It's not something impossible. 50% on the Ferrari is not something strange to hear. I've seen the real cars do that. Keep in mind that 50% doesn't mean that the force is equal 50% front and 50% rear. The numbers that we show you are the authentic numbers of the real cars, but the force is not the same. It's the hydraulic force of the brake bias, uh, but the actual force that tends to the disc rotors is a little bit different and usually more towards the front from what you see inside the dash of the car. And that is because the front brakes are bigger, they have more uh, pistons. They have better pads. The pads are different, even if the code is the same. The pads are different front and rear, and so all of that, makes the force of the braking being different than what you see. So when you see 50, in reality, it's probably something around 60, 62, 64, something like that. But the dashes of the cars, each car is different and shows you how the hydraulic pressure moves. Let's not go into this, but just keep in mind that it's just a number and nothing else. Of course, as you said, if you move the brake bias way too much to the rear and you also use the accelerator to stabilize the car, which is something that I've seen some real drivers do every once in a while, not to the extent as we do it in the simulators, but they do occasionally do it. But as you have already saw, you end up with the brake pads worn out sooner than they should. I mean, for example, brake pads number one, they should last for at least 3 hours, but already seen aliens, consuming them in 2 hours and a half, for example. Uh, and that's an issue that depends on your driving style. I have also seen many people using very, very low brake ducts to keep the brakes always in the green zone. But but that doesn't mean that the brake pad won't go into a peak temperature which is high. And the higher is the peak temperature, the more you consume it, because the consumption is also connected to the temperature. And that's why you see the brake pads getting worn before the 3 hours. So guys, you take your risks, and those are the results. All right. So let's see if there is something else. Yes, the hardware resets in each session. Actually, it resets every time you go back to the garage and back into the straights. So you don't have to worry about that. Yes, we could have made it limited, but it's quite a bit of a problem and issue to create all of that. And it's not a big deal in the end. I mean, whenever they need brake pads, they just change it. Shutterpoint says I have a TR 300 RS. My wheel seems to clip a lot, and the FF goes red. How do I fix that? Well, as Tortellini says, you have to reduce in-game force feedback gain. But my advice is, if you see the force feedback bar underneath the RPM uh, HUD, if you see it going red over very high speed turns, so lots of downforce, or on the curbs, that's not bad. It should do it. I mean, it should clip a little bit on consumer wheels when you're going over such situations. It will also let you feel more the roads and the forces at lower speeds and normal situations, because in the end, that is what you want to do. You want in normal situations to feel as much as you can, and in extreme situations that happens 2 or 3 times during a lap, it clips a little bit, but in the end you do know that there's tons of force because something is you are at the extreme uh, range of the forces. So who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter that you go over the curb and instead of doing this from the force, it does this, and with a little bit of red because it clips. It's the same, right? So if it if it becomes red just a little bit on some points of the circuit and not during every single turn, then my advice is let it clip like that. Are you going to make a stream dedicated to aerodynamics and rake? I have already done that. Maybe we can do it again. But in the meantime, go check the playlist that I have made. Go through all of them. Check the titles, and you will find the video. Bum, 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 bum. You have micrograining, but well, it depends. RDG says I have micrograining. I believe on the force feedback when driving the Huracan, almost like rod effects are on even, almost like if rod effects are on, even though they are not. Um, Well, what is actually might be happening is two things. Either the road has micrograining, because depending on the circuit, some circuits are extremely flat, some circuits are very abrasive and have some, noise, which translates to a tiny bit uh, to the steering wheel. Or you might have extremely extremely stiff um, dampers, extremely stiff dampers. And what it happens if you have very stiff dampers, then and the circuit is a little bit noisy into the surface, then the dampers won't let the suspension move freely because they are extremely stiff, especially the slow dampers, and you get a tiny bit of vibrations and oscillations. uh, this is an indication that you are going way too stiff, probably. If it works and you feel safe with the car, go for it. But probably if you lower a little bit the damping, you see that the micro vibrations uh, lower, getting they get lower and lower. Easiest cars for beginners, probably the Aston Martin V8, probably. Yes, I think that is the Miata of the of the GT3 cars. But it gets very difficult to go extremely fast because it doesn't have enough power, so you have to gain all your speed into the turns. So it's safe, it's nice car, it won't bite you back, but up to a point. Then it becomes harder and harder. Uh, Another thing, tires and pad wear are proportional to race distance. Proportional. I mean, they are proportional to the ambient conditions, to the asphalt temperature, to your driving style. A lot, a lot. It's the most important factor, the driving style, to the kind of circuit, because different circuit has different asphalts and consume the tires more or less. Um, yeah, all of these factors. It's not something scripted. It really depends about from all those factors: ambient conditions, track design, driving style, all of that. Sorry, Aris, but what about Stefano Casillo? What about him? He's doing fine. He has a fantastic Lotus Evora. I invite him. He's great. um, all right, all right. Okay, guys. Let's stop for a while and try to do some better laps, because as we speak, I'm starting to forget what we said into the last lap. So let me do some more laps and see if I can improve, and then we go back to questions and answers. All right? Okay, let's do this. So one by one. Whoop, whoop. Not first gear here. I have to remind myself all the things that we said. I've lost way too much time, guys, answering your questions. I love answering your questions, I really do. But now I forgot what I have to do on the track. I promise you, once we finish this and we have some decent lap times, then we're gonna do a long questions and answers session. All right? All right. Let's do this. Respect the white line. Yeah. Alright, let's see here if we can move farther. Ooh, a bit too much. Alright. Oh. Long, 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 long. I have to concentrate. I'm not driving good enough. Let me raise the sound a little bit so I can hear what the car is doing and what it's telling me. And brake, brake, and into this. Nice. Remember to brake a little bit sooner here and go in, release the brakes, and terrible, 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 terrible. I'm such a muppet. But we'll nail it. We'll nail it. We're gonna make it. Next lap, we're gonna do it properly. You see, releasing the brakes makes my car turning much better because the downforce starts to work properly. That was much better here. This is what I have to do. Too early on the brakes. Yeah. I was very slow into that turn. That's why I managed to be close. Release the brakes. Again, I've lost the apex. I also need to heat up. Ah, terrible, 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 terrible. You see, I'm starting to brake way too late, trying to find some speed, but that's not correct. I have to brake on my braking points properly. Ah, again. Why? Nice. Fast on the accelerator here. Ooh, late braking. Ooh, a little bit of oversteer. Oh, what am I doing? Come on, Aris. Alright, let's move to the right. You can see how I'm losing time everywhere on the delta to the top left HUD. Just can't brake properly. Oh, I'm just, wow. Come on, come on. All right, let's do it. Much better. Whoops. Too much oversteer at the exit. That was good. Much better again. Yeah. Nice. We're gaining time again. Some feedback, you saw that. Fast movement to keep the traction. Too slow. Too fast. Much better exit here. You can see how much I'm gaining. 43.2 and still plenty to gain. See how the exit improves the delta. Too fast. Nah, not good. Again, too slow here. And I have to brake earlier on the turn before because I'm exiting the long right bend at higher speed, which means I'm arriving faster, so I have to brake earlier to that. And otherwise I'm going, you know, I cannot get the apex of the left-hander. Okay, let's see if I can do another good lap. after this, of course, which sucks completely. Right. I've also done some consecutive laps now, so probably my tires are not perfect anymore, but who cares? Way too much rotation. I've lost some time. That's it, third gear. Brake earlier and go in with more speed in mid-turn. Way too much curb. Way too fast inside here. Ah, not good. Yeah, you can see how much time I'm losing. Like this. Not good lines. Some feedback. Yeah. Did you notice the little feedback? This was not, just for doing it, but it was important to let the rear tires maintain the grip and traction forward. Otherwise, I would cut some wheel spin and obviously um, oversteer and losing time. Better. Better here too, although I'm not gaining time. That seems better, but still not gaining time. Still not gaining time. Lost the apex completely here and the exit. I'm still at 33.2. Alright, okay. Let's stop for a while and possibly get better tires. Turn to grass. Okay, so let's see what's going on into the into the chat. See people posting their best lap times for 42.5 or whatever. Guys, I'm not an alien, first of all. Second, no, we're not changing setups, anything. Third, we are going with the 60 liters, and as you can see, we have 30 degrees and 37 degrees track. Oh, why am I doing this? I'm a masochist. So what we're trying to do is trying to go into the 42s, which it's gonna be probably and possibly a race race lap. It would be good if I could do this kind of lap times into a race, for me at least, for my level. All right, so let's try again. All right. Heat up everything again. Guys, doesn't make any sense to ask me what the future might bring, or trucks or cars. I just don't know. I'm not, taking care of the licensing, so I have no idea what the guys are doing. So I simply don't know. But even if I knew, as I said in various different videos, we live in an era that we cannot tell you anything until all the parts that they are, signing contracts agree on the contracts and permit permit us to announce something. So if you want to see something new, believe me, the only way to know it is waiting for an official announcement. There is no way some of the developers will tell you this thing is coming or that thing is coming. It's just not possible anymore. It's not the 2000s or 2010 anymore. It's not even the 90s anymore. Everything now is legal offices and licensing contracts, and everybody, lots of sponsors, licensors, and everything, have to agree, confirm, sign, and then announce publicly and officially. So sorry about that, but I have no idea. See the feedback to keep the car and not permit it go into over rotation. All right. Car feels good again. So let's see on the next lap if you can push for a 42. Way too long. Lost the apex, and I was very slow because I was trying to get the apex again. Ah! Ah! I suck. Try to accelerate faster, but doesn't work. Hey, Dorifto, yeah. I keep reading the chat and I cannot drive. Maybe I should, concentrate a little bit better and start driving properly. Because right now it's pretty terrible. Alright, let's see if I can put everything together. Although the tires are start to get tired now. Very slow, very slow. Again, slower than before. Ah, that way of getting the curves there is just not good. Have to get better. Very, very slow. Certainly, I'm not concentrated properly anymore. Ooh, a bit too violent into the turn-in over there. That wasn't very good. Just lost 0.2 of a second over there. Ah, not bad, but no improvement at all. Just stuck to 33. Understeer. And I've lost all the time gain. Ah. But the exit was better, but I've lost so much time in the braking zone. Oh, you see, I locked a little bit the inner wheel because I was kept trail braking, and the car simply went straight. This is what happens. Alright, right, let's take some fresh tires and try again. Time for city weather. No, never. We have to drive into the hot weather. Alright. The Mercedes is not particularly fast here. It's fast, it can win the races, but it's not, the top car around Kialami. All right, so let's go. Return to garage, set up aggressive again, go back, fresh tires, and now that I'm hot and relatively focused, so we can possibly improve a little bit. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, I'm cutting on the curbs way too much. So I have to, be more precise and go close to the curbs, tiny little bit, touch them, but not cut too much because there are smooth curbs, but they are pretty important height, and so this obviously unsettles the car, and that's not good. Maybe I can keep third gear over here. Hit a little bit the tires. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but I don't want to go to sleep. I mean, I enjoy being with you guys and talking. I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I wanted to be faster, and I know I can be faster. I can see it, but we'll be there. And I have to start smiling again. Be happy, and the love time will come together. All right, let's see. Good entry, but exit. Way too much curb over there. Again, unsettles the car, and away you go. Terrible. Yeah, that's a better line over there if I can do it again the next lap. No, 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 we don't change the setup here, guys. We don't change the setup. We have to see how fast we can go if we keep focused and pay attention to details. So no setup changes. Alright. Some heavy feedback over there. Too much probably, and that line wasn't good at all. No good at all. And in fact, I'm losing tons of time. Again here. Oh, terrible. That's really terrible. Now, one of the things that it is important when you train, even if you are not making it, if you cannot do the proper lap time that you want to do, it doesn't matter, because what you are creating right now is muscle memory, and we will talk about that in a minute. Losing so much time now. Don't know why. Managed to get back some time here. Yeah, I'm trying too hard. Have to be to let the car flow more. I mean, even here I'm braking way too late. I'm losing so much time in mid corner. Now that goes better. Let's see if we can gain a little bit here. Not very good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, seriously? What is this? Jason asked who in the team works on the balance of performance. I do everything in terms of physics, mate. Everything that goes into the cars is 100% me. We're a small team, so it's one of us does At least one full thing, one full job, and maybe a couple more. I'm losing again time. Come on. Losing time again. Oh, come on. It's really strange because I had the impression that I had an easy 42 before when I was analyzing the laps, and now I just cannot do it. So let's stop a little bit, drink some water, as the guy says on the chat, uh, say a couple of things, and then try again. Let's try again. Your wheel looks to be set a little too high. It is, but unfortunately, I have to do compromises because you have to work constantly here. What I do is I have another computer on the side, and I have another seat here, and the steering wheel is positioned on the desk because I need the big desk, and the rig here is just a self-made rig to enter properly. So what I do is, I jump to the other computer, do the work on the data, whatever, jump here again, start the sim, drive some, get some extra data, jump to the next seat again, and so on and so on. So it is all of this. Sorry, it's a compromise, to be able to work somehow. Ah, so let's see. One man army. Yeah, sort of. You're addicted to the mountain. um, you find the Porsche very difficult to get right on Suzuka. The Porsche is very difficult to get right everywhere, and it's not that in the sim. The real car, especially the old one, but the new one also, it's not so easy. It has a very narrow window of operation, which changes from track to track, and it requires completely different setups going from one track to another. Uh, Generally, it's not an easy car to drive. Needs a lot of work from the driver. Needs a lot of work from the engineers. But with the latest model and the BOP that it has, it is also competitive at least. So it is a car that you can use to win. But certainly requires tons of work. Right. What else do we have here? If you select an Ikumi, I guess you mean IGTC car. So if you select an IGTC car on a non-IGTC circuit, what BOP is used? It is used the BOP relative to that circuit. The BOP changes for every circuit and every circuit year. So whatever car you choose, each car for every circuit has a different BOP. That's why we say that, okay, you might choose a car that on one circuit is a little bit slow, but on the next circuit might be able to win. It goes like this, but you can be certain that for every circuit you have a specific BOP applied, and it's always different. Hi, Aris. There is currently a lot of confusion regarding front-rear stiffness balance. A quick example: 1-2 click stiffer rear springs cures so much of the Merc understeer everywhere. Well, that happens because if the stiff are, softer, then the rake of the car changes. You get more squat, for example, at the rear, and that moves the downforce backwards. Moving the downforce backwards means that you get more traction, but also more understeer. Uh, Obviously, if you stiffen up the rear springs, you have less squat, so the downforce remains pretty much closer to whatever initial value. Usually, it's the center of gravity. They try to stay close to there, and that makes the car more neutral. It also acts better when you try to turn in, because a stiffer rear end will mean that it will move less both in squat but also in rebound when you are braking. And if you have less movement in rebound, it means that you don't have so much downforce at the front, and so the car is more stable in turning too. Um, but obviously, what you gain in downforce stability, you lose in mechanical grip. So it's always a compromise. Uh, your problem with the Porsche is usually lift off oversteer in braking zones in downhill sections. Well, you know, do you remember um the hammer example, guys? With the hammer, you have in the Porsche, you have all the weight at the back, and it wants to, turn around and go to the front. So go and check this the video about the hammer. I think it's into the understand your car video. So if I pick, for example, the 2018 Jaguar and go do practice on a IGTC track, will it use a BOP from a European 2018 track? Not exactly. Now, the BOP, balance of performance, is not arbitrary, at least not completely arbitrary. There are rules and there are equations. So if we know how the car, what weight it has, how much power it can create, etc., etc., and we also have an idea of what BOP it has in similar trucks, then we can deduce the BOP for the new truck. So on the new trucks, it should have proper BOP as if the car was, participating on that circuit. Obviously, it will never be the exact BOP because there's always some range that if they see in the tests that the car with the supposedly correct BOP is a little bit too fast or too slow, they can update it a little bit and go a little bit up or a little bit down. We try to do the same thing uh, in terms of what they let us know on the range they can move around. So we think that we are, assigning the correct BOP that the car should have if it were to participate on a track in real life. uh, my mate, my friends, and I have a lot of trouble in the BMW everywhere. Should we give up and change cars? I don't know. In the new IGTC trucks, especially about thrust, I think the BMW can be pretty competitive. But on the old European trucks, it is a little bit of a difficult car. It is easy to start with, but it is difficult to bring to the limit and gain speed with it. It's not so easy. If you want to see how difficult the BMW is, go check the GT World channel at the what was it? Brands Hatch Circuit and Race 2018. The BMW had tons of problems. I mean, the car couldn't stay on the road. They had really big problems. It's a very nice example to go and check. Why is the Porsche Cup in this series? Because in 2018 and also 2019 Spa 24 hours race, the Porsche Cup cars were invited and to make the grid bigger because they wanted to arrive to 70 cars for the 70 years of the 24 hours race. And so we've managed to get the permission, the license, back in the days when we started working on Competizione, and so this is why those cars are in. Same thing applies for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo first car, not the Evo. No, Wesley the Grey says, are you able to dampen the physics of light taps from other cars? As at the moment, the light tap does same as heavy tap. Unfortunately, we cannot do that. It's something that the core of the physics engine that is based in Ode is producing. We are trying to find a solution, but for the time being, it's I cannot give you any timeline about that. But for sure, we're looking into it. We're trying hard. It's not easy at all. So I don't know what to tell you. I would say just no for now, and that's it. uh, uh, all right. So let's try some more. Again, aggressive back, new tires, new everything, and let's give it another try. It's midnight 30, right? Is there any advantage to using manual starter ignition over auto? Yes, I love it. So much more immersive. Press this and press that. So cool. That's all. Yeah, exactly. Immersive. All right, all right. Let me focus, guys. Let me focus. Let me do this properly. Now in here. Mm. I have to take care to not hit the curbs too much because they balance my car and I'm losing the line. Yeah. So I have to go here. Aha, way too much. Well done, Aris. Well, generally everything automatic in the assists and all that stuff takes a tiny little bit of time more than what you could achieve in manual. Same thing for the automatic gearbox, same thing for the engine, for the pit stop, everything. So automatic tends to, give you a tiny more time needed for each action. Obviously, it never screws up. While if you do it manually, you have big risk to, not make it properly. No, I'm driving so bad. Oh, the sun has come down a little bit, and Gives me some bad visibility. Ooh, too much. Okay, let's see. So bad. I'm just not driving good anymore. It's a pity. Hmm. Come on, Aris. What the fuck? Oh, dear God. I have to stop watching at the chat. You guys distract me way too much. Ooh, break, break, break. What am I doing? I don't know. That was good and I still lost time. Why am I losing time everywhere? Just losing time everywhere. Just not in the flow anymore. Oh, come on, seriously? Come on. Now I'm getting pissed. Ah. No, it's not. It's not fast. I have to do a 42. What is here? It's tire set 3 something. Just change the tire set. Just to be certain that I'm using a new tire set. Can you imagine that I haven't changed the tire set and maybe it was limited? I'm sure it was limited. Ha! That would be fun. Nah, I don't think so. 28 laps it would have been extremely slidey. If I do a 41 now, we know what it is. Nah, it's the same. Okay, last try. Then we do questions, right? That's some understeer there. I don't care if the rear is too soft, IBG. We don't change the setup. We don't ask setups from other sim racers. We just drive. The problem is here. This is the problem. Not the setup, it's not the steering wheel, it's not the screen. This is the problem. Of course I'm joking. I know I can be also in the 41s, I've already done them, but... Oh, that was scary. Lost the apex completely. Come on! Stop. Stop the damn car. Yeah, but it's not enough. It's not enough. It's a 43.3, but I want to see a 42. Exit not so good. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I've lost 0.2 of a second. That stupid turn in. And understeer. Come on. 42 is possible. Come on. Come on. That's the correct exit from that turn. Losing so much in that turn over there. Come on. Now good braking here. Yeah. Yeah, oh finally. Now don't screw up. Don't screw up. And I just screw up. No, not so much. Come on. Come on, Aris. Let's do it. Yeah. Yes. That's what you get. Stop the car and save the replay. Save the replay. All right. Yeah, all right. All right, yeah. So, we did a 42 something, 42.7, I think. And it could have been even better. The only thing we did is, we put together the whole lap, but still we had errors, and we can see them here. So, for example, this part was very good. You see, right on the limit, get almost the apex. We could have been better. Now, this part was damaged. You see, we've lost the apex by quite a bit of margin, but I've managed to put a good speed in mid-turn, so it was keeping with the damage. Now, this was very good. Here we did pretty much everything correctly, but I was slow. I was slow into the middle of the turn, so I've lost some time. Instead, here we did everything properly. Look at that. Apex here, correct. On the gas, apex again, correct. On the gas soon. We didn't lose time. And then we did very, very good here. Maybe we've lost a little bit on the apex. Let's see. No, we were pretty well. So what it pays on this circuit is not going over the curbs. If you go over the curbs, you unsettle the car. I was pushing way too hard and I was going way too much over the curbs. Now that I've made my lines more precise, finally the lap times started to, here we could have the gain. So all of those little errors here and there, yes, I'm happy because I did the 42s that I wanted to. Again here, very good, you see? Almost on the curb, very nice, good exit and everything. So we did everything properly. Let's leave the replay so that we can have something to watch, which is always very, very nice into this circuit. So we did a good lap. If you remember, guys, let me show you again. This track, this car driven by aliens practically on 10 liters, brake pad for 20 degrees track temp from James from Red Line, which is a very fast driver. He managed to do 40.7. We did 42.7 with half tank, completely stock aggressive setup, normal pads, everything, and high track temperature because we were like 39 degrees track temperature, something like that. Um, why is this? Because we wanted to prove that the problem with with racing and with lap times is mainly this guy here again. Okay, is your hands, your eyes, your foot. The foot is the most important thing. So uh, if you if you try and be careful and take care of all the details, you can gain seconds from your driving and your driving only seconds. Okay, now it's true that if we start working with the setup, we can manage to gain some tenths here and there. Probably we will get down to 42s flat, but I doubt we will be able to do 41s instantly. And again, remember, the setup is not gonna make the car much faster. It's probably gonna make me more comfortable with the car, so I have to know what I'm doing. And this is one of the reasons why, when you are taking a setup from another driver, you might not be able to improve because the setup works perfectly for him and his driving style, but doesn't work perfectly for you. So, big lap time gains, the driver. Small lap time gains, the setup. So, the first thing you have to do, again, if you want to go faster, instead of going to the forums, to the socials, to everywhere and asking for a setup, ask for a replay. Ask for a good lap replay so that you can, study it very carefully. And by very carefully, I mean don't stay there and say, oh, yeah, he breaks more or less here and he's more or less here on the apex while I'm pretty much identical. No, you're not. If you are even by 10 centimeters or 5 centimeters wider or closer to the apex, then you are doing it incorrectly and you still have lots of lap time to gain. So this is what we do tonight, and that's why we didn't touch the setup at all, at all. All right, so let's see. Let's do some questions and answers, right? Let's do, I don't know, half an hour of questions and answers. So let's start with Enzaler Belgium. I'm terrible at saying nicknames or names. Next live race with people community, possibly if we find a good server and there's something to do. Yeah, why not? Uh, the rear is still too soft, absolutely. uh, okay, so Tom France asks a very interesting question. He says, um, can you shed some light regarding developing the Lambo Rex, the Lambo Gallardo Rex for ACC, and why the car requires such a radically different setup philosophy, at least in my experience? Yes, the car is very old. Uh, it it doesn't have much downforce. It doesn't have much downforce, and it has also a very narrow operating window. Again, I remember you guys go and check my video talking about what the operating window of a car is, of a modern racing car. So it means that it is very pitch sensitive, and uh, each aerodynamic element, back in the days, let's say, and with the money that the Rex team, the budget that they had and the facilities, uh, each aerodynamic element of the car is not really made to work together. It's not designed. I mean, the splitter, it's not designed to work with the rear diffuser. It's not designed to work with the rear wing. Each car is as good as they could do, which is pretty good for a non-works car, but they're still different, which means that they do not cooperate properly, and even tiny differences in the ride height make one or the other go into stalling or just simply not working anymore together. The modern GT3 cars, especially uh, cars like the Ferrari, the Audis, the Lambo, the new Lambo Evo, the Honda NSX, of course, the Mercedes, and all of those. It's Each aerodynamic component is made to work together with the others, trying to widen the operation window as much as possible, and of course obtain the best performance. Now, obviously, the BOP takes into account that that the car is old and it's not so competitive. So what it does is, they make it very light. It has minimum ballast, much lighter than the other cars, and they let it have lots of horsepower. I believe it was also probably in the plans that the car would have competed only at the Monza circuit, and that obviously gave them lots of top speed, and the lightweight made the car also very agile into the chicanes. But obviously, as I said, the car is not the complete package, so it showcases the problems. It is twitchy. It needs different and specific setups to work. It doesn't have enough downforce, so it has to, work with the power of the engine. The ABS and the traction control are not as good as on the other cars, so all of those things, ask for specific setups and specific driving style too. Okay, let's see what else do we have here. Uh, am I considering doing a setup stream for the car? You mean for sorry, where are you? I've lost you. Um, for the Rex, yeah, we could do that at some point. Probably not as soon as possible, but at some point, yes, why not? Um, Tortellini, for comparison, jumped into the R8 Evo and did a 41.9 at the second try. Thank you, my lord. Good for you, but for us. 41.5 or go home. I'll go home. Actually, I am at home. Um, Tortellini in the Merc did 42.7, so well done for us again. Where's the Jaguar? Sleeping. Cats like to sleep a lot. Uh, see. Right. No, the NS6 is not fastest. It is very fast, but if you see, it depends on the track. For example, Suzuka, the fastest car is the Aston Martin, probably, yeah, and the NS6 is very close. In Bathurst, the Mercedes is at the same time, so it is very fast because it has a lot of power in the engine. In Kyalami, the Lamborghini is faster. The Porsche Evo is even faster. I mean, it's up and down. And again, you have to remember, yes, the Honda NSX can do a very fast lap time, but then in the race, the fuel consumption, the tire consumption is different. Lots of things to consider. Also, all of that stuff was valid. I don't remember which version. I think with one of the hotfixes, the Honda probably lost a tenth or so in its track. But again, as I said, more or less. And also, again, this is with the aggressive preset and specific conditions. In different conditions, and maybe a setup made, specifically, it changes even more. Okay, let's move on. Would you consider the idea of a fixed competition race each week for once a day? I don't know. You should ask Kevin Stock Minolin. This is the guy that uh, is responsible of all the things multiplayer. Share the replay. Yeah, sure. No, why not? Uh, Plug says everyone asks what Aris is doing, but no one asks how Aris is doing. How are you doing, mate? Very well, thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much. I'm doing fine. Uh, Tortellini, is easier to stall an aerial because of lower density? No, no, not really. Density doesn't, it could do something, but not really. Stall comes from the angle of the pitch, from the ride height if you are too close to the surface, from the yaw angle. So if the car is moving, sideways, you could stall the front split or the rear wing, and more importantly, the diffuser. All that stuff can make an aerodynamic element go into stall, which means losing the flow and losing all the downforce. All right, so what else do we have here? I doubt the simulator viscosity. No, not really. Yes, we don't simulate air viscosity. We do simulate some of the effects, of the end effects, but air viscosity in real time, I mean, uh, you know, I'll be honest, I said the Corsa Commission is already uh, um, a title that needs lots of hardware resources. Air viscosity is not possible in real time alone, let alone all the graphics and AI and everything. So, no. Uh, Does the temperature of the time affect the car engine? It affects everything. It affects the car engine, independently also between turbo and normal aspirated cars. It affects the tires. It affects the brake pads. It affects the air density and as such the aerodynamic drag, aerodynamic resistance, and aerodynamic possibility to do downforce creation production. It really affects everything, and the colder it is, usually the faster the car goes. The engine also has lots of it has more power, at least up to a point. After that, we have possibly humidity problem. So depends. Now that you mentioned operating window, how large or narrow is the Jaguar's window? Uh, the Jaguar has a pretty large operation window, but it doesn't really change a lot. Um, I mean, it's not a car that it gets affect. I mean, a little bit the chassis flex, which it's a little bit on the soft side, so the car doesn't react so well into the setup changes. A little bit the aerodynamics. I mean, it's a car that you don't gain, or it doesn't change completely the its behavior because of setup changes. It still maintains some of the character, you know. And yes, rear is hard to get good because it has tons. I mean, tons, no, but it has lots of weight at the front. It's like 56 or 55, something like that, percent at the front. So obviously the rear is lightweight, tons of torque and power because of the BOP to help it, but obviously doesn't help it in traction. So sorry to go off topic, Aris, but is it a possibility that Kunos will be including GT4 cars in the future? Again, licensing question. I sincerely don't know what to tell you, and even if I knew, I cannot tell you because license, contracts, signs, agreements, everything. It's not my place to say something. I can assure you once again, for such things, the only way to have news is just following the official, forums and social media and website. This is where you're gonna learn about that. So Hendrickson says, I don't see the attention people put on lap times only. I like endurance racing and focus on consistency. Little less risks, in the racing lines and take care of the tires. This is endurance series, and I love you for this. You are so right. I mean, yes, we did this kind of live stream now to showcase people how much they can gain, but just by driving. But, but the most important thing is racecraft. So you know, knowing how to race, which we should probably do a live stream about that, knowing how to, overtake, how to position your car, how to defend, all of these things. And even more important, uh, creating a safe setup that makes you go fast, yes, but also safe for the long races. And this is something that we already showcased on the previous videos when we were doing race weekends and we were using limited tire sets. So limited tire sets permit us, to work on worn tires, understand how the brake pads react, how the tires react when they are worn out, how the car with full load reacts, how the car with when it gets lightweight by consuming all the fuel load, how it reacts and all that stuff. This is very, very important. Things also like knowing how to enter the pits, when to stop, how to exit the pits. All of this is extremely important for races because in the end, you can be as fast as you want, but if you don't know how to race, as Bert says, then it doesn't make any sense at all, right? All right, so let's see. Uh, Do you plan to organize competitive endurance races or have you left it on the shoulders of the community? I don't know for sure because, as I said, Minolin, Kevin Stock, is responsible for all of that. He's doing an amazing job, but I know that the whole competitive servers are just starting right now, and so lots of experimentation is going on behind the scenes, and I'm pretty sure that in the future, new and different kind of races will appear. I don't know to tell you exactly what is going to happen or what is the time schedule for that, but I'm pretty sure that Kevin, knows about that and thinks about that. You can ask him on the forums. He's always very happy to reply. So if he's alive, if he's still alive for the tons of work that poor guy has, but yeah, just ask him. Blah, blah, blah. Hello, Aris. Free Spacing asks, hello, Aris. Aston V8 has few LED indicators around the dash. Does it show ABS and TC in work? If I'm correct, they show slip of the tire. So if there is wheel spin or if there is ABS, lock. So if you see them lighting up, you either have to change your driving style or react, or maybe on occasion change the level of traction control and ABS. For example, maybe the circuit is uh, to not rubbered enough, so not in optimum situation, or maybe you have a wet track and your traction control is too low, so you need to work with it. Uh, Rolf Coptero, Rolf Coptero says, "All right, but you say what you would like to add." Oh, I would like to add everything. I would like to add GT4s. I think they would be great. I would like to add vintage, but I think it's gonna be practically impossible. But yeah, it could be fantastic. And Tory Music says that I rock. Thank you, mate. Yeah. Uh, uh, Aside from guys not knowing where to enter the pits, and I've seen it on CP servers, you're so right. My favorite is just before every race, how much fuel? Oh man, this is so true. I mean, I've seen even, aliens in like, 3 hours race or 9 hours, 6 hour race. and you watch the chat, and it's like, how much fuel? How much fuel? Put everything in. I mean, who cares? You know, it's not like if you manage to put 5 liters less, it's gonna completely change your lap times. I mean, just put the fuel in if you don't know, or even more importantly, do some testing before that, some calculations, and get ready for the race. To give you an example, when we tried to do the 6 hours race at Nürburgring with my fellow colleagues Gergo and Kevin, uh, the guys did other preparations. One of my own jobs and preparation, I did 1 hour, more than 1 hour stint to see how long I could go with the tires and the fuel. So we were ready. Anyway, uh, in Motec, can you have ACC make a new clean file for each new session? I don't know. Probably we can probably look about that. It won't be soon, but I can take note of it and see if we can do something. Magic Dog 28 asks, how did I learn vehicle dynamics? How did I learn vehicle dynamics? All right, let me show you. Let's have a look. Give me a second. Actually, let's also change this into something like that. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So how did I learn vehicle dynamics? Let's see. Give me a second. Be right back. It's not easy. Well, pretty much this way. Oh, God. Help! Help! All right. So let's put this on, possibly, so that you can hear me. So how did? Uh, so that's an Italian book, Assetto, of course, which means setup, of course. Uh, this is a Formula One technology, very nice book, highly recommended. Going faster, this is basic book, but you can always learn something, especially initially. Uh, Racing Performance Tire, very very good book, it's exceptional. Formula One and prototypes. Uh, Race car engineering, but again basic, but pretty good. Tune to Win. Race car dynamics. Um, the aerodynamica and Potenza in Formula One, Italian book, very nice. What is this? Race car engineering, and this is just some of the books. There are tons back there, and obviously tons um, PDFs, other books more important. Lots of books for specific cars over there. Um, and all of that stuff read it slowly. I'm not showing you that thing to make a big idea about myself. It is something that you have to do if you want to learn about. I mean, books is where you learn things. There's no other way. But there's also something else. Now, because we are dealing with things that either the books are too old, or most of the people writing the books do not have access to the cutting edge of vehicle dynamics, because it is usually made into the manufacturers, and there's lots of competition, and so there are many secrets. And also because some of the aspects of vehicle dynamics, like how the tires handle or how the aerodynamics uh, work. And I'm not telling, okay, yes, we know how much force a tire can produce, we know how much downforce or drag an aerodynamic element can produce. What we don't know, not only us, but even the manufacturers many times, especially for tires, is every little detail of combining all those things together. Uh, there is still lots to learn, lots to explore. We're still learning, everybody still learns. And so experience and contacts and interaction with engineers and manufacturers and everything is very, very important. And we have one saying, me and Stefano, uh, we say that back in the times we thought and we believed that 90% of, you know, simulation value and everything was the tire model back in the end of the back in the early 2000, 2010, some 2015 still, yeah, 2010. So 90% of the simulation value was the tire model. Nowadays, we believe that 95%, say, of the simulation value is the tire model, and another 95% is the aerodynamics, and another 95% is the chassis, flexes, and everything else. So every single element has become so important, and the more you know, the more doubts you have, and the more data you need, and the more experience you need to understand what is going on. And understanding what is going on is also needs tons of experience, especially when you have to deal with drivers, because the feedback that the driver gives you, uh, you always have to take it into perspective and understand what they mean. The job of the driver is to complain. That's his job. The job is to go fast and complain that he cannot get faster. Okay, that's his job. If you have a driver that doesn't complain, the teams do not want him. You know, so you go and talk with a driver, and he tells you, "Oh, when the tires are cold, there is no grip at all. No grip at all. Ice skating, no grip at all. It's terrible. No grip at all." And so at first, you say, okay, if it's like that, you don't have any data because nobody gives you a telemetry with the lap out. And usually the guys at the lap out will never push 100%. They will try, to heat up the tire slowly. And so you don't have specific data, and you don't know how much, lateral G the tire or the car can produce with a very cold tire. And so you say, okay, they told me that the tire is cold, so it must be ice skating. So you put some imaginary value and you make the car completely going ice skating. And then they try the car and they tell you, no, this is way too much sliding and I cannot drive it. And so you are there and you cannot understand. You put something higher and they tell you, no, that is way too much grip because when it's cold, it's ice skating. So you don't understand what's going on. So at some point, you either manage to try it yourself or get some data that they are more, meaningful, or you talk with some engineers that are willing to share their experience. And in the end, you get to learn that. So here's what's happening: uh, the the human mind um, is very sensible to the differences of the g forces. And I give you an example. If you go with your car, let's say that you have a normal economo box or whatever, or even a small sport roadster or whatever, and you go into a roundabout, you're gonna go close to 0.97 Gs. Okay, steady state. So not peak, but steady state. You're gonna be around 0.97, 96, something like that. Now, if if you if you go with semi slicks, for example, you without any differences, or with a better car, much higher, a supercar or something like that, then you're probably gonna turn at a steady state of close to 1G, maybe 1.01. So we're talking about a difference of 0.03 Gs. Okay, that's the difference, 0.03 Gs, which in terms of speed Maybe with your, I don't know, Alfa Romeo, you are doing in the or the Miata, for example, you are doing in the roundabout around 60 kilometers per hour, and maybe I'm saying way too high. With a Porsche GTR 3 RS, instead of 60, you are feeling like you're going way too fast, because you are feeling those 0.03 Gs are, like, oh, this is so much grip, so much grip. And then you control the telemetry, or the, simply the kilometers, and you see that you are going something like 64, 65 kilometers per hour, so 4 or 5 kilometers per hour faster. And I'm exaggerating, really. Probably the difference is 2 or 3 kilometers per hour. That is the difference. But the brain is extremely, extremely sensitive to G changes. Now, imagine to have a car like those GT3 cars, all right? And the car normally does something like 1.5, 1.6 steady state on a fast corner. Okay. Now you go over there with cold tires, and the car, instead of 1.6, it does 1.4. Now we're talking about 0.20, 0.2, 0. Not 0.02, but 0.2. So you can understand that the driver feels big differences in forces. The brain feels extreme differences in forces. But in the end, we are talking really from a car that does 1.6, which is already mind-blowing, to a car that does 1.4, which is again mind-blowing. There is not a road car, not even with semi-slicks or whatever, that is capable of doing 1.4 in steady state. Uh, and that's not the only thing that changes, because the slip angles also changes. If the tire is cold, then the slip angle is even more narrow. So normally with these cars you have around 5 degrees of slip angle peak. We've talked about that in a previous video. But if the tire is cold, the slip angle goes down to 4 or 3. So you have even a more, nervous car. So you get a car that is nervous, and obviously creates much less forces. And so the driver comes back to you, and you say, how is it now that it's cold? And it says you, oh, I'm gonna die. Everybody's gonna die. This is impossible to drive. I see uh, slides everywhere, because obviously the narrow slip angle doesn't let the car, grip and stay on steady state, but slides around. I cannot drive this car. It's impossible. The tires do not work. Now, if you don't know all the little details that I just told you, obviously you're gonna think, okay, the car is undrivable, which means that while the tires are cold, it's simply, ice. There's no grip at all. In reality, there is plenty of grip, much higher than a normal road car, so to say. But how that grip um, is produced, and what is the sensation that gives to the driver, is completely different. You know. So getting back to what we were saying, lots of reading, lots and lots of experience, talking, discussing, trying to find new things, and I can absolutely assure you that we are now laughing at what we were doing physics-wise in Netcar Pro. It was that bad in comparison. I mean, maybe it was nice to drive, but that's not simulation. We don't care if it's nice to drive or not. We care about if it's realistic or not. How close to reality it gets. And if it gets close to reality, it should be also nice to drive. Uh, so we are laughing at it now in Kunos, and I'm pretty sure that 5 years or 10 years from now, if I'll be able to still do this wonderful job, I will be laughing again about how ACC was, primitive. That's what's going to happen. So yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so let's move on. Sorry for the very long answer. Uh, last question from Enzaleur. Sorry again. Possible that the R8 GT3 makes more sound in downshift. Example: replay YouTube during the next update. Guys, this thing. I'm not saying this to defend our work. We can always get better and better. But this thing that you guys watch a YouTube video that has been registered but with whatever um, GoPro, right? And you think that's the real sound. Well, it's not the real sound. The GoPro cuts um specific whatever frequencies. It's not there's not fidelity. Uh, I mean, Lucas Sodano can tell you everything about sound. He's very good. We are, registering the sounds directly from the cars with proper microphones and everything. So what you hear is very, very close. And I mean, everybody knows that Assetto Corsa is really probably the new benchmark in terms of sound engineering in simulators. So I'm not saying it cannot be done better, and maybe we have an issue without the R8, but I will say that watching whatever YouTube video on board is definitely not the correct sound of the car. It is close, but it's not the correct sound of the car. Anyway, moving on. I would like to see more special events. Possible? Probably. I don't know. I'm not responsible for that, so I don't know. At the SRO NURBS on-site event, I had to full save first rave. Embarrassing as fuck. Sorry that you felt embarrassed, but for example, the Mercedes has practically only three ECU maps. The second ECU map is practically identical in power terms. I mean, you are losing 2 or 3 horsepower, and not even at the top end. The top end, you're probably losing 1 or 2 horsepower. You're losing 2 or 3 horsepower in the middle range, and you are gaining, I think, about 8 or 10% fuel consumption, which is more than enough to finish any race. So, as we said before, it's uh, it's good to be prepared for long races. Renu asks, what is the next in your secret roadmap in terms of adding content? No idea. All right. Magic Dog, he's an aerospace engineering student doing FCAI, AE, and thinking about becoming a race engineer. Best of luck, mate. I invite you. I fortunately didn't had the the brains and the opportunity, and didn't choose to become an engineer academically, at least. And I found myself having big problems learning stuff that I should have learned when I was much younger. So I'm still struggling, especially with maths and equations. So best of luck to you, and great, great career and job. Tricky, difficult, so be prepared, but really cool. All right, all right. Have you ever tried the tires model of Air Factory? If yes, how I find it? I have tried it. I think it's a tire model with great potential. I cannot comment because I don't know the code inside it. So I mean, that is something also that I dislike when I hear people, criticizing one sim or another. I mean, nobody of us has access to the source code of another sim, and especially the sim racers. So we cannot really know what is going on. Some of the things I really like them. Some other things I don't like them. I won't comment further because it's not, ethical, and it's not nice. I have tremendous respect for the guys that they did that physics engine. Uh, I think they have great things. That's it. But I keep, confident that we are doing our best. That's it. I cannot comment. It's not good to comment to other people's jobs, especially when you don't have access to the source code or inside the work of what they do and how they do and why they do it. Because sometimes, all the time you have to do some compromises, and sometimes you do compromises because of specific reasons. So let's see. Ooh, so many questions. Oh, guys, give me a second. Uh, Uh, yeah, issues with the AI, fuel issues. Yeah, we should have a look at that. I think some cars have issues going into the pits a bit too early. How much does ride height change with 100 liters of fuel, for example, on the Ferrari? Does spring rate matters a lot there? Spring rate does matters. You can check how much ride height changes. If you go into a practice session, it doesn't work in qualifying on race or hot lap or hot stint. You have to go into a practice session either of a race weekend or a simple practice session like here. Actually, let me show you what I mean. So you are in a practice session, return to garage. Let me also switch the visibility into full screen like this. Okay, so you go to the setup, all right, and you have your ride height here, right? So 77.48. Now let's go and put full fuel, 120 liters. Go back to aero, and of course the ride height remains identical because the automagic, as we said, system of the setup takes care of everything and makes sure that the rest of the setup doesn't change because the fuel load changes. But then you go, as you say, into the race, and you keep doing laps and laps one after another, and obviously you consume your fuel load. So with much less fuel load, and we're talking about 120 liters, which is what, 100 kilos, something like that. Obviously, the ride height will rise, okay, with less weight. So how much? Fine. Fuel load test. You go into fuel load test. Now it's disabled. You put 10 liters, and instantly you can see the right height here, front and right, changing on the fly depending how much fuel you put. You see, 100 liters, 78. Back down to around 5 liters, something like this, 81. So this is how it is, and this is what is going to happen during the race. And now that I'm in practice session, I can go out and lap the car with this specific ride height and less fuel because it is in fuel load test mode. Okay. um, when and if I touch the right hit here, like that, one click, pump, you see everything goes back to the original setup and the fuel load test is disabled. You can also do the exact opposite. So, for example, you can put here something like 60 liters or 30 liters fuel, go to the air again, and here put full load, and you can see that it goes lower. You see 74. So, disabled 77, full 75 or 74. Here it is. So this is how you can test what is going to happen to your car ride height and also the handling, because as I said, you can go outside and test it in practice sessions. Um, is ACC easier to work with now that it is just one type of car class? That was the plan. We thought that was the plan, to learn a new engine like Unreal, and having to work with just one class would have been much easier. Unfortunately, we went full steam ahead to simulate all the rules that we can find in the SRO League. Sorry. And and we've got ourselves into a big adventure because it was so complicated, so many rules, so different things, that in the end we end up with a very, very complex simulator. uh, I apologize for all the issues that you guys had, or maybe still have. I think there are much less now, the problems, but you had at the start of this project. uh, because it wasn't that, we were lazy or something like this, that it was so complex that we had really difficulties solving everything, trying to make everything work. It was really stressful for us. We've made it now, everything works properly, but yeah, it was hard times. uh, Earth Factor 2 is still king in terms of physics, but also it's a great job. Well, thank you for the great job. I have my doubts which one is king, but I cannot be objective. I will ask you though to, document yourself and learn, even for AC1, which other sim has, active aero, active differentials, three of them, active torque vectoring, full KERS and full MGKU and all those hybrid systems. Um, uh, who created first active real rear steering systems. Uh, what else did we did? Uh, Electronic brake bias. Mm, I mean, we did so many things for Assetto Corsa One, and we did even more for Assetto Corsa Competizione. That even ABS and traction control proper levels and not assists, they were first made in Assetto Corsa One. So yes, I will say that our Factor 2 did some amazing things, and still has some amazing things. But we also have our share of industry first achievements. So, you know, anyway, uh, yes, exactly. Every game has its plus and minus, and everybody has to it's a win-win situation. All right, so so many questions. How the game calculates steering angle and steering lock? I don't know what you mean. I mean, usually you just put it at 900 degrees and everything becomes automatic. Steering angle, yes, that's it. Steering lock, it's steering ratio. So mechanical grip, the lower is this number, the more your steering wheels will will turn for the same angle of the steering wheel. What did I just said? So let's do it again. So the lower the steering ratio, the more the tires will turn for the same angle of the steering wheel. Okay. Uh, what Faraday wheel works best with ACC in terms of button mapping? I have, the more buttons you have, the better. I'm very happy with the Formula One steering wheel, both the old one and the new one. The new one also has the rotors so that you can put, traction control and ABS with specific levels. So you don't have to go up, up, down, down, or something like this. You just say, okay, I want level 5. That's it. Uh, Open wheelers are better in Factor 2 than ACC. Yes, absolutely. Especially considering that we don't have them. Right. My Fanatec CSW2 failed. Sorry about that, mate. You recommend to send it back to fix or buy used Thrustmaster or a direct drive or a new G29? Uh, if you can buy a direct drive, there's no comparison. Honestly, any direct drive is so much better than any other consumer will, even the CSW. And I didn't believe that until I tried it, but any direct drive is better. So if you can get a direct drive, believe me, the cost is high, but it is worth it. It is worth it. 3 millimeter ride height is different. Yes, on those cars, 3 millimeters ride height is a lot of difference, especially if it is 3 millimeters ride height at the front. It's already important difference at the rear, but it is a lot of difference at the front. The front is even more sensitive than the rear. So this is what we keep saying in all the live streams that we did about setups. Uh, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, I think we are the first to simulate properly aero maps of the whole car, and that made the cars extremely sensible in ride heights, extremely sensible and sensitive. I don't know which is the correct word, and that uh, asks from the cars uh, specific setups. That's why we're saying that each car has its setup operation window. If you go outside that, then it doesn't work anymore at all, or it starts, behaving at the opposite of what you would expect. And they ask for specific driving style. Yes, 3 millimeters is a lot. Remember that. We keep saying, and we will still keep saying because it's very important. Showing Azar Alamuri says we need lower steering ratio for the setup screen because 900 is too much for GT3s. No, the GT3 cars do not have 900. I mean, my steering wheel is at 900 degrees, okay? But you will notice that if I start turning and look at the steering, at the virtual steering wheel, at some point it stops way before the 900 degrees. You see, it stops there. Now, depending on the car, some cars have, I don't know, 500 degrees, some cars have 600, some cars have 360, but generally there is not a single GT3 car that will go over that will go at 900 degrees, not even over 600. No one. Okay, it's not. The problem is not there. How are you guys going to simulate chassis flex in ACC? It's already simulated, mate. Since version 1.2, ACC simulates chassis flex. Uh, it is quite a big deal. We didn't simulate it until now because we didn't have the data, and most importantly, we didn't know what kind of differences we should feel and how we should um, configure it. But we've managed, we found extra documentation and data. Fernando Barbarossa, our new physics developer, did some exceptional work, and we have chassis flex, and it is simulated differently for each track. That's why earlier I was saying that the Jaguar has a soft chassis, a little bit more chassis flex. If the car has more chassis flex, like the Jaguar, like the old Bentley, um, then the car is less sensible to mechanical grip setup changes, because you change, for example, the wheel rate, but you don't have only the suspension going up and down, but also the chassis. The stiffer the chassis of the car, like for example the new Porsche, the both the McLarens that they have, carbon fiber chassis. The stiffer the chassis, the more sensitive the car becomes to setup changes. You change a little bit the setup, and you feel a lot of change into the handling. be interesting why you guys opted for a static line instead of computing water displacement. You mean the driving line dynamically with the laser scan and kind of graphics engine and the knowledge that we have, this is all we can do right now. It is as dynamic as it gets, but obviously it doesn't change the trajectory. Keep in mind that we didn't want to simulate just, a lower grip of the water, but actually a proper depth of the water film, and that the tires drain this water depth. So the water is simulated much better, but we couldn't do it dynamically, at least not for now. We're still we're still exploring, trying to understand if there is a way to do it, but for now, it's just not possible for us. I should have some good addition to my salaries from my boss for making these streams. Marco, I hope you're listening to the guy. Remember, yeah, raise, raise. Thank you, thank you, Ace. All right, so yeah, yeah, change the steering wheel only for the car setups. Uh, if the sausage still flexes, that means you should grill it more. Well, good to know. uh, Motec sometimes displays lap time with a few milliseconds different from ACC. Where does it come from? Milliseconds might be rounding error. Not so sure about that. I will have a look, but if it's really milliseconds, might be some rounding error. What is, yeah, question about installation stiffness with resecting chassis flex? I'll be honest, chassis flex, we talk about chassis flex, but in reality, everything flexes. Okay, everything flexes. And most importantly, and we don't have that with us, we have no idea what is happening. I mean, the arms flex, the suspension points flex, um, they flex in 3 dimensions. Nobody has specific data about that. Probably not even the manufacturers for this kind of cars, except some very high-end manufacturers. Um, we don't know how to do this, and not only we don't know how to do this, but probably the frequencies that they generate are so high that our refresh physics engine, the refresh of the physics engine, is not high enough to take it into account, and will probably result in something that it's not realistic at all. So again, you go step after step. Maybe in 10 years, the calculation power of our PCs will permit us to go higher and try to simulate something like that, and maybe manage to get some data from that too. Can simulators have other applications than gaming, like for real car manufacturers? Are you kidding me? Absolutely. I mean, uh, there is no end to that. There's no end. I mean, they already use them. Most of the drivers use ACC or other sims to, train. And it's not a train like, okay, I need to keep my reflexes high. No, it's not just that. They use it, especially all the simulators they have laser scan tracks. They use them, to get better and understand the circuits, and because they know that, okay, you exit that turn, you get that bump, you're gonna find it also in real life. So it's very important to them. Some of the smaller teams use the simulators to try and make some setup choices and some ideas so that they don't arrive to the track, without any knowledge at all. Uh, uh, Manufacturers use the simulators in different situations. Um, they have normal simulators that they are probably a little bit of beefed up game simulators, let's call them games, like Assetto Corsa, or Factor 2, iRacing, okay, and they use them properly. And then they have even more professional simulators, like there is a Factor Pro, or there is a solution that we give to our clients based on the graphics engine of the Assetto Corsa. uh, those kind of simulators, for example, Air Factor Pro, that everybody says, oh, Air Factor Pro is the same as the simulator. It's not. Well, first of all, they only sell it on manufacturers and maybe some of the very, very high end teams. And then practically it never uses the physics engine of Air Factor, Air Factor 2. What it uses is the graphics engine, the sound engine, the collision engine, the main physics of gravity and all that stuff. And then on top of that, the manufacturers connect uh, various computers that each one of them runs their own simulators in big programs like MATLAB or Simulink, which are mathematical simulation programs. And they need many computers to make them run real time. And most importantly, what they do is that they can connect directly on those programs. They can connect EQs and electrical systems from the real car. So for example, they have just finished a new ABS uh, EQ, which means computer. They get that and connect it to the actual simulation, so that the ABS works directly from the real thing, the traction control the same, and so on. This is how their very, very professional, big in-house simulators work. So practically from our game simulators, they only use the assets and the core of the simulator in terms of graphics, sounds, collisions, all that stuff. And then the physics are completely different, made by them exclusively. But I'll tell you that, yes, they are better, but not in every single way. Let me explain what I mean. So, for example, um, the professional simulators usually do not have ambient variations. They do not have rain. They do not have wind. They do not have, mm, clouds or not. Uh, they do not have the asphalt that becomes, rubbered or not. They do not have rain into the asphalt. They do not have tires that get consumed, um, or they do not have damages on the car. Why? Because the manufacturer is interested to validate new findings or differences in the handling model of the car, or the aerodynamic model, or the new electronic systems, ABS, traction control, whatever. So what they need is a driver that can do the same laps consistently, lap after lap after lap, with very specific lap times. So they will erase all the tire and wear and consumption and everything, because they don't care about that. They need to be very certain that, okay, give you an example, Mark Genet for Ferrari did a lap at Chialami at 1.40, okay, flat. Uh, Next day he can do the same exact lap at the same exact conditions, identical. So now that we are sure that he can do this, let's put him a different traction control module and see if he can improve, or if he is, slower. So they are trying to validate specific changes and be very specific and very accurate about that. So some of the things that you guys enjoy into the game simulators, practically they are not simulated into the high-end professional simulators, because they don't want that. How close a relationship do Kunos have with the manufacturers of the back of ACC? How close do you work? Very, very closely. Very close. This is one of the reasons why we try to not, tell you all the data that we have available. It's, they trust us from some stuff, and they expect from us to, be. I mean, They know that we cannot hide everything. Obviously, it's not Formula One. I can assure you that if we go and do Formula One, we will get practically nothing. Maybe we can get something for old cars, but for new cars, it's going to be impossible. Uh, but for this kind of cars, we can get tons and tons of data. They are extremely helpful with us. They will try to hide some specific information. We will try to do reverse engineering from the, you know, telemetry and stuff like this. And for sure, we are not going to tell anybody because we want to keep this kind of collaboration, both because it's good for everybody, for us and for them, but also it's also very good for sim racers because you guys can also have play with something that is extremely close to reality, especially in terms of what we had before that. So those real numbers from real ABS, AQ, etc. You guys need access to them when you make new cars. Well, yes, we get the access. We, especially we get. Uh, well, keep in mind the what we're trying to do, not only us but everybody else, is now the real systems cannot know with precision how much slip aids a tire has, how much slip it has, how wheel spin it has. They cannot know it specifically. They cannot know it with precision. So they use a number of sensors and a number of logic behind it to try and imagine how much sleep aids a tire has and try to keep it on the correct peak. Now on the simulator, on the contrary, we know exactly what slip angle and slip ratio attire is going because obviously we have the equations to generate those numbers depending on the inputs that the simulation gets from the user. So we know exactly. I mean, when I say that okay, the tire is at 5 degrees of slip angle, this is what it is. It is specifically this. So theoretically I can create the perfect traction control, because I can put and keep my tire at the perfect uh, sleep edge of and the most efficient one. Now, is this realistic? No. So the um, the thing here, what we're trying to do, okay, is that we are trying to make our systems worse practically to simulate the results of the professional systems. Of course, we cannot simulate them line by line because they have, I mean, they have complete computers with specific chipsets and sensors to make the ABS or the traction control work in the real cars. We have just one computer that has to do everything. But what we can do is, take the telemetry and the data, see how they work, and try to simulate the end result. So I know, for example, that this car has some lag going from one uh, sleep adds to another, or the refresh is lower, or maybe it doesn't use the cut of the ignition, or the advancement of the ignition, or whatever. So I try to simulate all those things to make it be worse than the ideal world that we have on the virtual solution, and make it more close to the real thing. Otherwise, it would be perfect, but it wouldn't be as realistic. Are there any plans on creating a more realistic damage model, visually and mechanically? Uh, there's the wheel and the whizzing, but to tell you that we are gonna make it, I don't know for sure. In terms of visual damage, we have also limitations. There are manufacturers and cars that do not like seeing, pieces of the bodywork flying around, so we cannot do that. And obviously, if you cannot do it for a couple of manufacturers, then you don't do it for all the other ones because it's not like, this car completely gets destroyed, the other one, no, doesn't make sense. So we have limitations in terms of visual damage. Mechanical damage, we are already doing it, as you know, guys. Not only in terms of tire damages, but we have also flat spots, graining, blistering. We have punctures. We are, I think, the first to do punctures from loss of air if you abuse the curbs or going outside the surface, the tarmac, and so on. We have now brake damages. In terms of engine, yes, we could do something better, but it is also low in the priority list because, as they told us, most of those cars are indestructible, bulletproof in terms of engine. I remember an engineer telling me that the GTE Ferrari 488 at Le Mans ended the race with something like 140 degrees Celsius of water temperature because they had a problem with the front radiator and the engine was like no problem at all. Mind blowing. Uh, well, yeah, yes. It depends what you want to. I mean, our motto is, hardcore realism as much as possible. Again, I'm not saying that we manage to do everything as realistic as possible, but we try. We try. Will the tire wear ever be displayed as a percentage? No, it will never be because it takes away from the simulation experience and also because you don't get to see something like that when you're driving. You have to feel it, but it is impossible to know how much the tire is worn out. The only way to know it is, you go out on the practice session, you do 20 laps with the same tire set, you go back and you see how much you have consumed, and then you do some calculations to know that, okay, in the race I'm gonna do 30 laps on my stint, so I know more or less in what conditions I'm gonna be. Okay, so that's why we don't. I mean, it's very easy to show it, but we won't. We won't show it. Are you guys planning to be at the Sim Expo? Well, last year we were, possibly this year too. Hopefully, I hope so. I don't know. All right. So yes, I see that the viewers count going down and down. Obviously, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and tomorrow I still have to work. So yeah. With the new DLC, the player count has gone way up. Also, I think because the title is now mature and people can use it and be happy about it, and it most of the time works properly. Uh, does that help to motivate us? Are you kidding me? We are flying, jumping around. I mean, woohoo! This is the actual situation. Sorry, inside Kunos right now, and absolutely motivated 100% to keep going. All right, guys. Okay, it's really late, and I think it's time to call it a night, not even a day. And see you on the next stream, which won't be on Friday because, as probably you guys know, it's on Valentine's Day, and I have to take care a little bit of my poor wife that I never. She usually never sees me during the day and the night. So all right. So thank you so much, everybody. Hope you had a great time. Let me know on the comments, subscribe, and let me know in the comments if you liked what you saw and what you would like to see on the next live stream. I mean, let's make this a little bit interactive. Let me know what you would like to see, or let's make a poll. Decide whatever you guys prefer. Okay. And if not, I will just keep going on and showing cars on different tracks and so on. Okay. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody, and see you soon. Bye. I cannot close the stream. It doesn't work anymore. I will